Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, we're back. I am feeling better. I would hesitate to call myself good. Oh, that is weird, Rex. Cool, but weird. Alright, so we're going to wrap up the Limsa thing. We're literally... I debated not even doing the next quest and just skipping over to Gridania. Because it's literally the next quest is just go and, you know, see the other cities and then talk to her, right? But we'll be thorough because I don't actually remember if there's anything specific that's unique to these. So we're going to go and do it just in case. All this stuff. So, back from meetings with the admiral, are you? Are ye? Personal bleeding envoy. So you'll be carrying the word of the admiral herself to the leaders of the alliance. Bugger me, I knew you were going up in the world, but I didn't realize you'd get that bloody high. Ah, I'm proud of you, lad. Thinking of how far you've come, why, it's enough to bring a tear to my eye. And that's just not the ale talking either. Well, not just the ale. Yes, the horns are coming out through the hood. Bless the navigator for steering you my way. Of course, this is only the start. Now you've got your hands on an airship pass. The whole of Herosia is laid out for you like a fair maid on a feather bed. She's a big girl, too, with lots of plenty enticing nooks and crannies. I don't like this analogy. If you think us Laminsons are characters, so wait till you cross paths with the grim forest dwellers of Gridania or trade coins with the crafty merchants of Ul'dah. And then there are wild places where beasties rule and no one with a bugger of sense sets foot. But you're an adventurer, so I don't think that'll hold you back. Of course, it isn't all exploring and excitement. There's heaps of trouble what plagues every nation, see, isn't just ours. I'm talking intrigue and infighting and beastmen and primals. There's an ugly side to life, and sooner or later you're bound to walk into it. But I'll wager there's bugger all out there you can't handle. Something tells me you're going to be just fine. The realm's had it rough, it's true, but folk are beginning to recover from the beating the Calamity gave them. Call me a hopeless optimist, but it wouldn't take much to turn things around. It's the perfect time for an adventurer like you to go out there and make a difference. Okay. Well, it probably doesn't taste as amazing as, say, Mana does over in Warcraft. I actually don't remember where the airship dock is in this city. Is it here? No. Is that it? No. It's the Culinarians Guild. It's the... Right, right. Sorry, I usually don't use the airships. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I used an airship. By the way, fun little thing. Check it out. This is so cool. So if I wanted to, I could just walk to Gridania right now. I don't remember the exact route, and I don't have everything that's explored because this character, but I could. I could just go over to the Black Shroud. They all connect to each other. This one connects to Thanel, you can see right there. And then this one connects to Lonoskea. So, see, I can actually walk between the starter zones. And check this out. There won't even be level 35 death mobs in the way, too. How's that for weird? Right, over here, over here. Wait, you're that famous adventurer, Loremsa Lamins. That's such a dumb name. Highwind Skyways is at your disposal. Yes, you can, Magistrate. You can actually walk from... Let me zoom out a little bit. You can walk from Lonoskea over to Garlean and over to Dravania. Pretty much everything on this continent is walkable too. There are some exceptions. For example, a lot of this stuff here, you're not really going to be able to walk on. You need to fly at this point. But for the most part, yeah, you can. Same thing over here, too. Once you get to this spot, almost all of this stuff, and by almost, I mean all of this stuff you can just walk around on. Anyways. Listen, we're never going to oppress the kobolds, okay? They're super amazing. Airship is bound to Gridania is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. Tinky little passenger ships. And yes, we finally left the city of Baron. I want to know who Sunglasses Girl is. Airships are actually so new, they're only about 2 generations old. The crafting quest, which I will be discussing on camera, is kind of related to that. The quest, is XIV or whatever. There will come a day when your name means the same as hero to the folk of this realm. And thank you, thy end of line. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Their tech level is substantially higher than ours.
The Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Agrios, mightiest of all vessels.
Dumb ship.
Silver Till lay ripe for the taking, and all of Eorzea would soon be ours. Or so we believed. But an innumerable host of dragons met us that day, at the heart of which flew the great Midgard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worms, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost, and all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest.
A little too exposity, but yeah, this was before the Calamity. That's the battle for Silvertear Lake, which we'll cover in more detail later.
A blighted realm, riddled with false gods. Twice now it has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet, it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance.
Yeah, whatever, Ansem. Really quick, thank you, Venom, for the sub, always. If you know where you'd like to put that one, please let me know.
We are of one mind, Lord Van Balthar.
So let's see, we've got Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and just Notice Me Senpai. I guess actually he and her both have a bit of Notice Me Senpai going on, don't they? Just in different directions. I spit on all 3 of them, though. Ugh. I don't like Nero. I know I'm unusual for that. I'm like the only person.
Please report to Magitech research following scheduled inspection.
I'm like the only person who doesn't like Nero, but I don't like Nero. I hate her, though. She's just a prat.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Hey? What hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
I agree with that, Jordan.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Cartano. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
My lord!
Please, call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume.
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all. Clean up this mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
At once, my lord.
Garland, soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
What's with the moon? I'm sure it's not. So that probably looks like some evil guy being evil to show off he's evil, but actually if you caught that, that was a spy that he just sussed out and killed. In case you were wondering. As much as I dislike Nero, it makes sense that Nero, of all people, would be the person to find said spy. Now, that being said, killing the spy, rather than, you know, doing anything else, whatever. You must be the envoy. Welcome. The Elder Seedseer awaits your arrival. No, Nero's gotta... Nero is smart, but he's engineer smart. You know what I mean? I wouldn't call him smart elsewise. Anyways. Yep. So welcome to Gridania. We'll talk about this place a little bit more later. I mean, he is literally an engineer, Magister Quel'Thalas. Hold on. Ah! I'm being buffed! There it is. Run! Run. Okay, more running. So what do you think? We'll set up a poll for it, but we're probably going to go with Archer or Lancer for our next character. Oops. No, that's right, that's right. Later on, there's a 45-minute cinematic, Linearith. Really. It's the longest one, I believe, in the game, but still. There's a few long ones in this game. Ah, you are the Lamented envoy. Begging your pardon, sir. Might I expect the missive you bear? Yeah, sure, here you go. Fairly, this is the seal of Admiral of Limsa Lamensa. Please come with me. So there's the sage. Oh, wow, Valerian.
So you are the Laminsan envoy. And an adventurer besides. The realm owes much to you and yours. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-e Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Admiral.
Yeah, I've already jotted down a potential negative for voice acting, and honestly, I'm leaning more and more towards giving it. Several of the voice actors in ARR are actually bad and actually detract from the scenes they're in. The good news is I don't think that'll happen from Heavensward onward. But in ARR, I think 5 years have already come and gone. It seems only yesterday the Garlean Empire had attempted to seize all we hold dear. Rising in resistance, the states, we fought together. Dalamud showed up. We've kind of already heard that. That's when the 7th Legion showed up. There's carnage and blood, and then Bahamut, and there's the 7th Legion, which was obliterated. We're not sure why we're alive. It's a big mystery. Hint, hint. Louis Sois never returned from Cartno. I'm sure that's not relevant. Things are not doing well. We've been trying to recover in the last 5 years. Fortunately, the Gridanians have their own problems, which we'll discuss later. There we go. Okay. It actually does, yes, Linearith. It literally has a pop-up that says, a long cutscene is about to play. Please go do whatever you need to do to get ready for it. Please send the Flame General my regards. And if you'd be so kind, I would appreciate if you would inform him a pet of mine has been ill behaved of late, my wolf, to be precise. Needless to say, he must be brought to heel, and I would very much welcome the General's counsel on how this might be achieved. Sure. I do like the music in Gridania. Of course, I like the music in all 3 towns, so that's whatever. I'm going the wrong way. Yay! I can navigate Limsa Lamensa just fine, but I get lost in Gridania. Go figure. This is, in fact, one of the big cities, Magister. Oh, come on! Yeah. Making me walk down the stairs instead of leap down an entire flight of stairs. Come on, game. Yes. I'll just jump down. Ah, why isn't this working? I'll be right back. Welcome to Ul'dah, sir. I've been expecting you. Flame General Raban will receive you in the fragrant chamber. How the hell am I? That's fine. I mean, that's an easy answer. Almost all. Like, there's not even a debate there. It's Ul'dah. Ul'dah is corrupt to its frickin' bones. Ul'dah is a city-state in which there are literally poor people who live homeless because the rich have so much money and continuously refuse to use it for anything other than their own self-aggrandizement. And of course, we all know the real reason Ul'dah is the most corrupt city-state. It's this! The most horrible thing of all. Where am I going? Apparently going the wrong way. I mean, yeah, I guess there's slavery, too. Whatever. But no, I mean it. Ul'dah is a corrupt nation. That if you were to define each of the three nations by one word, the word for Ul'dah would be the word corrupt. Limsa Valenza would be Arr! And of course, Gridania would be trees. Thank you, Darth Tyron, as always. And yes, we haven't done any dungeons yet. Nor will we for probably a few hours.
Limsa, I thought I smelled stale ale. I won't hold it against you. If you're half the warrior Merlin says, 'tis a wonder you don't reek of dead Sahagin.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Welcome to the Sultanate of Ul'dah. I am Raban al-Din, General of the Immortal Flames. But you did not come all this way to trade formalities.
Raban's cool, but honestly, not until we get to future expansions. Yeah, I think you're right, Rax. So I think we will not bother to do this on our Gridanian. We'll do it here. We might do it on our Ul'dahnian, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out with New Game Plus, but we'll get there. Wolves are beyond taming. 'Tis but a matter of time before they bare their teeth. So it was with the Garleans 50 years ago. No sooner they learned how to use Magitek than they began seizing territory from their neighbors. Led by the then legatus Solus Zos Galvus, they began... Solus, huh? They swiftly brought the other nations of Ilsabar to heel, and so the legatus became an emperor and his republican empire. And set his sights on Eorzea. But the conquering emperor is now an old man of 80 winters. His health is failing, and he has no clear successor. Like as not, this is why the Garleans have been quiet of late. So I'm just going to give this away now. You've already heard me talk up the Garleans and how they could absolutely curb stomp Eorzea. So why haven't they? Well, there's actually a lot of separate reasons that all kind of coincide here, but one of the biggest by far is power struggles. And this, I love this because of how mundane and how logical and realistic this is. They've got this big burning empire, but no clear line of succession. That's it. That's all I have to say about that. So we will actually see a certain point in the story as we go through when they finally resolve the power disputes, and at that point the Garleans will start to be a major enemy again. But yeah, exactly, Rex. Everyone is just kind of angling for position to try and claim the throne right now. So, they're a little busy. That's why they're not crushing us like a bug. Falsehoods? No, U.S. and Corp. They're just like any other big empire. Especially a dictatorship. But the 14th Legion, get it, is still entrenched within our borders. And their commander, Gaius, has long harbored ambitions of conquest. Were he to strike now, by the way, that was the guy we saw earlier. Were he to strike now, I fear we would fall like so many others before us. And not only Ul'dah, but Gridania and Limsa Libinsa as well. So, real quick, I actually already mentioned this, but I need to re-emphasize this, because this is important. One legion, one of their legions, has the power and resources and capacity to crush all 3 city-states. That's just not just my opinion, too. Roban obviously agrees with me. So... yeah, and they have at least 14 legions that we know of. I'm pretty sure they have more than that, but... the Calamity brought the lot of us to our knees, and we've yet to get back up. We barely have the strength to stand against the beast tribes, never mind the primals they mean to summon. We are a realm divided, an alliance in name only. But the wolf cares not for the plight of its prey. The Garleans stir, and the elder seats here would not let it go unnoticed. All other concerns pale in comparison to the Empire, even the beast tribes and their bloody primals. Oh, I'm sorry, I should mention this. You were wondering probably why the seats here was asking about Roban, about the wolf. Gaius's nickname is the wolf. Gaius being, yeah, so. We stand united once more, and that much... we must stand united once more, and that much is clear. And for to do so, we must remember the cause which brought us together. Melvib will have her memorial. We will honor the memory of the fallen. We will remind people what their brothers and sisters fought and died for. Yeah, the Black Wolf, who is also a lone wolf, which is funny to think about it. It is without doubt that someone of his... so I don't want to say that I admire Gaius, but he's probably one of the better leaders amongst the Garleans in general. Obviously that's debatable, but when it comes to military command and long-term thinking, Gaius is towards the top of that list. If he actually had proper backing and support, he probably would have just ran over Eorzea. One of the things that's been holding him back is he has refused to... he's refused to Darth Malekith. I don't know how else to say that. He wants to conquer, not to destroy. He wants to unite and to bring people into the fold and to make sure that the places he is taking are intact. He wants infrastructure intact. He wants minimal loss of lives, etc. Right? ironically, this is one of the reasons he hasn't conquered us so far, because if he just unleashed his legion and just smashed over it, Eorzea would be dust and ash. But again, he doesn't want dust and ash. Interesting to think about. So, shall I inform the Sultana and the Syndicate? I will speak with her grace myself. Very good, sir. Yeah, honestly, I think Gaius would consider that a defeat. If they had just their way over things. Yeah, the reason I hesitate to say that I respect Gaius is because he's such a moron. I know I just spoke a lot of praise about him, but the problem is he is so much a believer. He is so much a true believer in the Garlean mentality, you know? He really does think that it is their mission to spread and conquer. And, well, yeah, he's a zealot. He's a zealot. We will hear more about what he is specifically a zealot of later. He will tell us to our face later on. Call of the Sea. I trust your stay in the Sultanate has been pleasant. You should go back to Limsa. I once accompanied the Flame General on an official visit to the seaside city-state, by which time I became acquainted with Baderon, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench. Well, the man just sent word that he has a job for a capable adventurer, which is us. And this is actually... Oh, God! Run! Run! This is the last quest we'll be doing on this character. I actually agree with that a bit, Dark Tyrant. Maybe not literally, but at least metaphorically. Hang on, where's my Hearthstone? Hey! So, while we're warping here. Triaxie says, I've been watching Batman. I was wondering, why do people aim to be the Black Mask's #2 when he goes through them like Cheetos? I don't know. Stupid ambition? I really don't know. They're idiots. Is the answer. I can get that. Favorite version of Bats, though? Other than the DCAU, which is just kind of a gimme for me. So if I had to pick a second favorite Batman... I actually agree with that, Dakota. George Clooney is a good Bruce Wayne. That's arguably not a compliment, but it is a statement of fact. That's an interesting looking weapon. What the hell is that thing? I'd have to think about it as far other than the DCAU, obviously, other than the cartoon Batman, who is the Batman as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry. If you've seen the DCAU, you know why I say that about so many DCAU characters. Anyways, welcome to the Drowning Wench. Oh, hey, Limsa Limensa. I was told a distinguished adventurer might be reporting for duty. Fancy that being you, right? Just so you're fairly warned, though, this ain't no job for the faint of heart. Things are liable to get downright bleeding hairy. But if you think you're interested, let me know and I'll fill you in on the details. And the next quest is... It's probably Pirates. Which is our official first merged quest. So, this character is done. So, new character. I already decided what we're going to make here. Let's set up that poll. Like I said, we can be a Bard or a Lancer are our options here. One moment. I'll set this up here. Give me a sec. There we go. Pulls up. Vote away. I'll start setting up our character because we all know the only character we could ever possibly be. It's a meme. We have to follow the meme. We'll go with this one. Alright, make us very tall, super tall. Bust size, very small. Skin color, super dark. There we go. Chocolate. Oh, that's very chocolatey. Although I kind of like the kind of slate-looking thing there, too. But no, we'll stick with chocolate. That's a good look. Tail shape. Let's see here. Oh, my God. That. Hairstyle. Let's see here. There's actually one in specific I want. The bob! We gotta have the hair bob. It's just the dumbest. Does anybody actually use this hairstyle? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. So where is it? There we go. Not seeing the color I actually want. That's interesting. We can do this, I guess. Make sure we're properly Xehanorted here. Ears? I don't believe so, but I could be completely wrong. Who knows? Lancer! Lancer it is. Ear clasp. You can add those dots, but we aren't going to do that. Add a scar. Always got to have a scar. Very important. Very important. Got to have the half paint. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, we're only half Xehanort, sorry. There we go. Voivict! Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Lancer! You poke things. Yeah, back on Goblin. So I actually had another name designed, but now I'm thinking about calling myself the Lance Runner. I think I like that. Let's do it. So you like Moogles, right? Actually, you want to hear something really funny, Rex? So I was doing a tech test recently to get some stuff set up. And I happened to start in Gridania. And I saw a certain Moogle doing... and I was like, oh, that's where that comes from! No, I hesitate to skip because I don't know what it's going to skip. I don't want to Kingdom Hearts 2 this and accidentally skip 5 cutscenes when I'm just trying to skip 1. While this is playing something we've already seen, though. Valvedrix suggested something with regards to rating. And I quote,
Here. Feel.
Do you think the communication, transparency, and honesty of the dev team are relevant to the review and should be acknowledged in said review? I mean, it's legit, and I encourage it. But, it's... I will be honest, we've never done that before, even in cases where the devs have been pretty legit with regards to certain games. And as Dakota points out, as much as I spit on certain Spec Ops The Line devs, for example, we didn't hold that against it. In fact, actually, now that we say that, that pretty much answers me for me, because we didn't ding Spec Ops The Line for the exact opposite problem, did we? Also, we are now female Kane. See, I was trying to be blonde like Kane, but I couldn't quite get a full blonde. Oi! I'm tired. You alright, lass? Hey, you look familiar. You're moaning and you're sleeping, sweating buckets beside. Oh, that'll be the ether, I reckon. Some are more prone to sickness than the others. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. Yes, this is the Skyrim opening. So the first time I ever saw this, this confused the hell out of me, because there were just randomly Mughals here. And I'm just like, what? Feeling better, Kupo? Ah, you can see us. I had a feeling you could, Kupo. We're Mughals. We live in this wood. This cutscene cannot be skipped. Normal folk can't see or hear us, which makes you special, Kupo. There's the sisters again. Seeing how you're special, maybe you can tell us some. Who's been restless as of late? Lots of strange things happening. Have you a chance to witness anything suspicious, Kupo? There we go. This cutscene cannot be skipped! I don't know why. That just absolutely is one of my favorite FF14 memes. But of course you haven't. You've only just arrived. And no, Lunaris, not at all. Well, then there's nothing for it, then. We'll have to just keep looking. Nice to meet you, Kupo. Now to start singing Good King Mog. Bum 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 bum. First of all, no, Valerian. And second of all, no. Gridania's still a fair way off, in case you're wondering. Seeing as you're awake, how about you keep me company till we get there? You know, that's a good point. I think the red one might actually be a guy. Them youngins don't care much for conversation, see? Bremont's the name, Pedlin's my trade. As for yourself, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you're one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? You knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying. I mean, ain't no secret adventuring's a risky business, these days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? Power! Always power. Power, as in the part. That's the exact same dialogue from last time. When you arrive in town, you should probably enroll in the Adventurers Guild. By the way, I love the way this works. So, they're pulling the cart, but rather than just make wheels on the cart is actually held up by these little Zeppelin balloon things. Because wheels are just that... Okay, so real talk, the actual reason was because in the original engine, getting wheels to render and animate properly was effectively impossible. No, I'm not even joking. I was actually looking this up a couple days ago. They were having trouble getting wheels to work. And so they were like, oh god, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And they went to the art team, and the art team came up with the dirigible cart just to bypass that. And it's actually kind of cool, if you think about it, the way that just kind of stumbled into being. Just remember, though, there's more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. I know, Rex. God. Halt. Go no further. What's this, then? under attack. What's going on? A skirmish has broken out up ahead with the XIV. Ah, that's them. For your own safety, you must remain here until... XIV. Bloody hells, we shall hold them here. Try to break her. So yeah, there's our beast tribe. Notice that we never saw Sahagin in the Limsa Lominsa thing, but we see in the intro cutscene the XIV. So that's our first introduction to a beast tribe, technically speaking. That was too bleeding close. Nice of the XIV to send us a welcoming party, though, huh? Joking aside, this won't be the last time we'll meet those feathered fiends, so just take care, alright? By the way, is this your first trip to Gridania? Why, yes. We'll get to Ul'dah when we get there, but anyways. I'll let this journeyed itinerant tell you the ins and outs of your destination. The city of Gridania lies slap bang in the middle of the Black Shroud, the biggest and lushest forest in all of Eorzea. Though it isn't nearly as lush as it used to be, saying that, not since the Calamity laid half of it to waste. The destruction prompted a herd of new nasties to move in and gave the Ixal unneeded encouragement. Birdman raids have become a daily occurrence. Ah, long last. Behold Gridania, the forest nation blessed by elementals.
The Black Shroud, the ancient forest, close to the heart of Eorzea. Beneath the boughs of its towering trees lies the woodland city-state of Gridania.
Yeah, me neither, Robostall. Although I do like I forget what they're called.
Once a sanctuary from the world beyond the hedge, even the mighty elementals, eternal guardians of the forest, could not forestall the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. However, the goddess Nofika was never one to forsake her children, and today she welcomes another brave soul. One who may yet play a telling role in the tale of this great realm.
Ah, here's where we part ways, lass. I'm off to the markets to deliver my wares, then it's back to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for keeping me company. Hey, you never did tell me your name, are you? Well, here's an idea. Because of the sort of storied person, become the sort of storied personage that I can brag about, yada yada yada. Same dialogue from Linsa. Moving on.
May the matron take her to her bosom, that she may never want.
And then we burn the wood to the ground.
So serenity, purity, and sanctity.
So, roll credits. But I do like it. I'll come back to this in a minute, but it's just interesting what they show us right off the bat in each of the 3 intros. To answer Linnea question, each of the 3 intros are mutually exclusive. Only one of them is canon, the one that you picked. That's why the siblings are also in each of them, despite the fact that there's no way they could somehow be in each of them simultaneously. Good morning, Darth Medoro. Good morning, Voice of Authorita. No, we've always been that person. You there. Yes, you. What? Your face is not known to me. Newly welcome to the city, no doubt. My face is kind of distinct. I am Bertinant? Bertinant? I'm a dude. Wood Whaler of Gridania. It is my duty to protect the nation from her enemies while welcoming those who may prove her friends. Let's see what you are. And we kill him! Okay, so let's do this so you can not be blind. There you go. Another green adventure, I thought as much. We cannot allow strangers to wander through Gridania unchecked and untested. Before you rush off and begin pestering every second citizen for work, I suggest you make yourself known at the Garlean Canopy. It's the headquarters of the local Adventurers Guild, in case you were wondering. The Garlean Canopy is the building you see behind me. Actually, speaking of which, I'm just going to link a YouTube video in chat really quick here. It's pretty quick. It's relevant, though, I swear. There it is. Watch at your leisure. It's about 2 minutes long. So, as much as I make fun of catgirls, especially people named Zira, I do like the run animation. It's one of the better run animations of the races. I play an Elizon, but I actually kind of don't like my own character's run animation. I like everything else about it, so I'm willing to live with it. But I just have this really dumb run animation. Hi? Oh, well, 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 what have we here? Don't eat me. A wide-eyed and wondering young adventurer coming to put your name down at the guild, I assume. It actually makes me wonder if the Viera have a better run animation, since they're a new race. So, you know, more modern techniques. Welcome. Meon's my name. Or Mother Meon, as most call me, and the Garlean Canopy is my place. As the head of the Adventurers Guild in Gridania, I have the honor of providing guidance to the fledgling heroes who pass through our gates. No matter your ambitions, the Guild is here to help you attain them. Well, I want to conquer Gridania. Oh, well, we will help you with that. Little paperclip pops up. It looks like you're trying to conquer Gridania. Maybe I can help you with that. In return, we expect you to fulfill your duties as an adventurer by assisting the people of Gridania. A fine deal, wouldn't you agree? To an outsider's eyes, all may seem well within our nation, but naught could be further from the truth. The people live in a state of constant apprehension. The XIV and various gangs of common bandits provide an unending supply of trouble compounded by the ever-present threat of the Garlean Empire to the north. And that's to say nothing of the calamity. Tell me more. What is this calamity? Even now the wounds have begun to heal. She explains the calamity. Yep. This is the calamity. We've already covered this. Yep. The calamity. Great or small, every contribution counts. I trust you will play your part. Well, I am pathetic and insignificant. Oh, and I would appreciate if you use your real name. There's a special place in 7th Hell for those who use amusing aliases. Lance Runner, huh? And you're sure that isn't an amusing alias? Well... Very well. From this moment forward, you are a registered adventurer of Gridania, nation blessed of the elementals and bounty of the Twelveswood. The guild expects great things from you. Look, I just arrived. Another god's damned adventurer. You start with that. The adventures are the very salve Gridania needs. The Elder Seedseer herself bade us welcome with open arms. Do you mean to disregard her will? Of course not, lest you forget it's my sworn duty to uphold peace. Am I to blame if outsiders bring mistrust upon themselves? Yeah, by the way, Gridania is the racist place. Limsa Laminsa used to be a bunch of pirates. Ul'dah is corrupt to its core. And Gridania has a bunch of racists. You, adventurer, mind that you do not cause trouble here. I shall personally cast you out of this realm into the 7th Hell. That's true, Rex. Pay him no mind. He only meant to counsel you. Suspicious characters have been prowling the Twelveswood of late. Oh, we'll talk about Ishgard when we get there. As is often the way with folk who live in isolation, Gridanians are wont to mistrust things they do not well know, your good self included. Fear not, however, given a catalogue of exemplary deeds and no more than a handful of years, the locals will surely warm to you. Right. On behalf of my fellow citizens, I welcome you to Gridania. May you come to consider our nation your own in time. Well, yeah, they're fantasy racist, which isn't as bad as, real-life racism. Now then, you may depend on an old Mother Mion to teach you a few things every adventurer should know. First thing you should know is to say thank you to Aggressor. Thank you very much, Aggressor. And I will put you towards... something. B2, towards the horizon. And 15 quests, you'll be the hero of the land. So, I have some tasks for you. Go learn the layout of the town. The Master Merchant can be uncooperative times, so be sure to offer him one of my famous eel pies. Like so many men, he is much more charitable when his stomach is full. Raise eyebrow. Listen, Robos Tall, we are the chosen one. You, Robos Tall, are my chosen one. Chosen to get stabbed. You know what? I'm just going to leave that there and see how much it bothers people. Up to 4. This is what this is. I mean, this is what aetheryte crystals are. This is how they work. Yeah, it's actually funny, because even in, like, honestly, most MMOs I've played, you're not really playing the Chosen One. You might be someone of significance, but, usually you work up to that. Just for you, USN Corp. Hang on. Our hotbar will move way over here. There we go. Just for you. I'm on fire now. I'm not sure why I'm on fire. But I am on fire. Yes, it's several single-player games in a trench coat. Artboard. Have an eel pie. Gross. And you know what? By the way, just to show it off, yes, you really can skip cutscenes just straight up. In case you thought I was joking about that earlier. I don't want to spoil, but I would actually hesitate to call us a chosen one in this particular game. It's a little more complex than what is usually referred to as the chosen one archetype. Well, we're not the chosen one in ESO, we're not the chosen one in STO, we're not the chosen one in Asheron's Call, we're not the chosen one in EverQuest, or UO, or Star Wars Galaxies, or Tor. We're not the chosen one in WoW. In fact, I know there's at least one other MMO where we are the chosen one. I'm trying to think of it. It's not one of my main ones. It's one of the lesser ones. We're not the chosen one in Guild Wars 2, while we're on the subject. Or Guild Wars 1. That doesn't matter. No, I just said we're not the chosen one in WoW. So, if you seek to refine your skills at the polearm, you've come to the right place. Here at the Lancers Guild... I just remembered the Lancer quest line. Oh, God. Spear wielders are gathered to train one with another, and further hone their abilities under the tutelage of our fine instructors. More than just an instrument of war, the spear is also a tool for hunting, and the game, ever plentiful in the 12s, but the weapon has been the mainstay of the locals ever since before the founding of Gridania. With the passing of time, our nation became a gathering place for spearmasters from across the realm. I do not agree with that, Jordan. Damn. Many eager to test their mettle against the famed might of the Wood Whalers. It was here in Gridania that their myriad fighting styles came into contact, eventually giving rise to the art taught here today. That spear technique could be formalized. That spear technique could be formalized at all owed much to the founding of the Lancers Guild by the Wood Whaler Captain Mistail, nigh on a century past. The tradition of accepting students from within as well as without persists to this very day, ensuring that the art of the polearm may not only survive, but continue to evolve. Well, there you have it. I hope this brief history of the guild has helped settle any doubts in your mind. And I will actually go ahead and do this now, because we found out last time we should do this. So, we'll talk to the Guildmaster. I don't agree with that, Linnea Ruth, because, so let me explain this really quickly, because this is a relevant thing. Some people think that Chosen One stories just involve being someone who's chosen. I don't agree with that. A Chosen One story is a type of story. It's a story in which you are a destined, ephemeral, elite, unique, golden child kind of person, right? And while you may be chosen by some ancient entity or a deity or whatever, that actually doesn't matter for what is a chosen one story. A story about someone who's never actually picked by someone, and yet nevertheless is like the golden, amazing, perfect person of awesome, that would still be a chosen one story, right? Because we are the chosen one to bring... Now, I happen to dislike really badly done chosen one stories myself, mostly because, well, really badly done chosen one stories are effectively Mary Sue stories. They don't have to earn anything, they don't have to try, they just walk their way to victory, right? To put this into perspective, you could argue that Anakin Skywalker's story is that he is a chosen one, but it's not, right? The whole point of Anakin Skywalker's story is that everyone thought he was the chosen one, and he wasn't. And it just kind of, that's a consequence of that. You could say Luke Skywalker's the chosen one, but this is also not true. Luke started at the very bottom and had to claw his way up to a level of competence, while constantly failing, I might add. Right? And then, yeah, Harry Potter is actually another perfect example of this. Harry Potter was a chosen one by totally sheer random luck chance, and even that is debatable. Do you get my point? So, in other words, by the definitions we're using here, I wouldn't call any 3 of those stories Chosen One stories. Oh my god, there's a bunch of people here. Hello. By the way, I gotta show this off. Now that you can kind of see the chainsaw sword that Mr. Red is using there. Just look at this thing. What's an example of a Chosen One story? Glad you asked, because I have one right off the top of my head. The Amazing Spider-Man. The Andrew Garfield one. That is a Chosen One story. And again, you notice how nobody actually chooses him, but the structure and design of that story is very much a Chosen One tale. That's what it is in story, in construct, and in design. Now, let's join the guild here. Well met, adventurer. I like your mitts. Though you have doubtless brandished a spear before this day, perhaps even in earnest, you still have a long way to go before you may call yourself a lancer in sooth. In my capacity as guildmaster, I shall guide your training, beginning with the very basics, the principles of our art. There exist myriad fighting styles, each of which has their own unique qualities. However, none can be as offensively minded as ours. Our approach is ever one of attack, or camping the floor. An experienced lancer is able to wield a polearm as if it was an extension of their body. They transform the raging storm before their foes, delivering a barrage of devastating thrusts and slashes. To facilitate such a relentless assault, we lancers forego plate, favoring armor of leather and chain. Such materials... Would you call the armor, the dragoon armor, leather and chain? Such materials as provide adequate protection without unduly hindering movement. Yeah, exactly, Rax. That's what I was just like, really? Really? A lancer's worth may be measured quite simply in how swiftly and decisively he can pierce his enemy's defenses. By its nature, the polearm is a simple weapon to wield for good or ill. Even in a farmer's hands, it is capable of wreaking considerable havoc. Thus, it has been a mainstay of a great army since ancient times. Yet know that a lance alone does not a lancer make. Faced with unfavorable odds, an unseasoned spearman will break formation and flee without a moment's hesitation. A true lancer, however, flinches not before his enemies, for he knows not the meaning of fear. Ever does he press forward, disdainful of the odds, that he might pierce the enemy line and open a path to victory. Needless to say, doing so requires no small amount of courage, and that is why our guild has striven from the first to instill this essential quality in every soul that passed through our halls. So, you wish to join us? Yeah, sure. I am Xehanort. Okay, cool. So, I want you to go kill some random low-level mobs. Okay. We're up to 6 now. So, I mean, I guess that kind of qualifies as leather, what Rax is currently wearing, but I could think of a few Dragoon outfits that are not like that at all in this game. But anyways, moving on. Let's go poke things. Oh, I agree, Bun Falkenstein. I only use the term Chosen One because everyone else does. I mean, even Robostal just used that phrase just now in chat to refer to it. It's not a dig, it's just, you know, that's what we tend to call those things, right? But the very core concept, let's actually break this down for a second. The core concept of the Chosen One story really boils down to the concept of being special. That's what it actually means, really. It means you're better. It means you're unique. It means you're above and beyond, right? And that's the general concept therewith. Sometimes it's because, in older stories, it would be because they would literally be chosen by Zeus, for example, or whatever, you know, chosen by the gods. But the story concept never really changed. You are above and beyond your others. This is also why I would say that FF14 is not a Chosen One story, consequently. Although, this game also has a little bit of playing with the concept, similar to the aforementioned Star Wars. But I don't want to spoil too much of that just now. Hey, we're up to 9+ now. If I had to come up with a term... Oh, gosh, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that boils down to unearned, right? Like, what's another word for unearned? Because that to me is the core problem with a Chosen One story. Luke, for all of his, you know, heritage and all the things he had going for them, he had to work for it, you know? He had to, same thing with our characters in WoW, same things with our characters in F14, etc., etc. Destined isn't a bad word. I like that. That could work. Looks like I still need a couple more. Or fated. That could work. I need to... hang on. See if I can remember where that was. No, it doesn't sound. I think. No? Shoot. God, I don't remember where it was. Oh, whatever. We'll just live for it. It's just a few hours of living with... We can live with that. But yeah, exactly, Juluto. Chosen One stories, destined stories, fated stories, whatever you want to call it, they all boil down to the same concept. You are this great, gifted, amazing person who's going to do great things. Now, I keep emphasizing that I dislike badly written Chosen One stories, and the reason for that is because I do feel like, just like any narrative, you can do a good story with that. It's just most people don't, because most people use the Chosen One story, the fate story, fated story, as a shorthand. We don't have to do the hero's journey if we just say that the hero is the hero and we're done, right? I mean, God's sakes. Even James Kirk, we hear a lot about his past and how he worked up to being the hero. He didn't just start that way. Was it in log settings? Hang on, let's see if we can find this. Character. Ah! No, that's not it. Here, maybe? God, I have no idea. Whatever, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I give up. Oh, by the way, if I could ask anybody for a huge favor, you want to put together some level 5 gear for me, that'd be awesome. If not, I'll just borrow some gil from somebody. Actually, can I mail gil to myself? That's not a bad idea. So you're back! I've learned the Lancer is best when he is doing each thrust, making him stronger. Such things as strategy and technique will come in time. And never forget courage. Your good look betrays no hint of doubt. I would have you take away the hunting log. Woo! Wait, you can't mail gil to yourself? Seriously? Ah. I just need like 1,000. I don't need much. That works. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna log out. Don't worry, I swear I know what I'm doing. Better. Yes, I am feeling better. I wouldn't say I'm feeling good. Speaking of which, let's turn on our second fan here. I'm hoping we don't need pain pills today. While we're waiting. So, we have another thing to debate here. You are remembering wrong. Could someone tell Luneruth the meme about the trial of this game? Oh, there's a lot of blue quests here. Good morning, scruffy looking. Oh, wow, I didn't interact with the Gridania thing. Ironically, yes, to Quetta, although I actually am using saline for that. I don't know if that's the best option, but whatever. The old one, Giga Pudding. The trial meme. There you go. Thank you, Rex. But yes, there are some restrictions to a trial, but this is one of the best, and I mean this is one of the best MMO trials I've ever seen. Virtually every MMO has a trial to some extent or another, but this one is really good. Like, you can play an inordinate amount of this game for free. We do need to decide if that's positive worthy, because that's kind of different. Yeah, I'm just going to stand, like, right here. Someone come here real quick. I don't care who. I'd give it back to Alex, but I don't think he's on it now. Excuse me. How much money do I have right now? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I mean, I know it's only 50 grand, but there's no reason to waste that. We will delete Larimsa. I love this, by the way. This is actually a nice thing. It actually makes you wait 30 seconds before you confirm it. In all honesty, this is a good thing. I like this because... Wait, what? Did you... Okay. I just say, wait, I'm about to delete the character. Hold on. But I do like this. This is called idiot proofing. It's a bit of a mean term, but it's a very valuable thing when it comes to design, regardless of game or interface or program or whatever. It's, whoops, I hit delete by accident. There's some games where you can delete a character or delete an item or whatever a little bit too easily. And yeah, WoW has the thing where you have to manually type in delete, and in this case, it forces you to wait 30 seconds. Just to make absolutely sure, no really, that you want to delete this. There we go. So, back to us. It's good, though. I like that. I like that. I know it's called idiot proofing, and that sounds terrible, but I do like good idiot proofing. So, in a bit here, we're going to head out, and then we're going to have a discussion about the fact that everything's gated in this game. And how it deserves 3 negatives. Okay. Do we have... Yes, we do. Before I go any further, I'm going to go and buy some level 5 gear. Just real quick. With the money that Mr. Red so kindly gave me, thank you. While we're doing this cleanup stuff, let's talk about the gating thing, right? So we briefly discussed this yesterday. Everything is gated. The hunting log is gated. Access to the teleports are gated. You know, we literally can't teleport around right now, for example. Access to, like, just every aspect of this game is gated. You have to go do an unlock to be able to do anything, right? And you're probably thinking, well, I mean, you know, is that good? Is it bad? Is it in between? And I don't like it personally, but let's ignore personal preference for just a second, because I had a thought last night, and Valvedrix made me think of this as well. What it actually is it's a form of tutorialization. In terms of structure, that's what that is. It's the kind of tutorialization I tend to not like, if I'm being honest. It's the, okay, you do this until you've done this kind of tutorialization, right? Like it kind of seizes control away from you to force you to do things in a certain order, and that's how you unlock things. Now, whether that's good or bad, well, that is what we're here to debate. Where is the stupid person? Battlecraft. Oh, it's right here. Weapons. I don't need a weapon, do I? Well, I could get a weapon anyways while we're here. By the way, speaking of idiot proofing, if you try to buy something you can't currently equip, it gives you a warning for that, which is kind of nice. So, I mean, thoughts? Like, as I've said, I am personally against it, but what I'm trying to be interested in here is a discussion about the practicality and functionality of the game design on display here. And I can't wait to look dorky as hell. It's going to be amazing. God, it's so weird having all my gear go right into the armory. I have that set to go into my inventory on my other character. Yeah, admittedly, and we already talked about this game is fairly noob-friendly, which is a good thing. And yeah, USN Corp is correct. Probably the reason I find this so irritating is I've been playing MMOs since before they were called that. So, I'm just like, ugh, you know? Now, there are ways that this could be fixed without just removing the gating. The easiest and most obvious answer is have a thing. So we know that they have the availability in the game to unlock the unlock quests, right? There's a toggle they could do. I know this because the purchased accounts do this. Or the purchased characters, excuse me. Or the purchased levels, God. So, one of the things that they could hypothetically do is have an option that basically says, hey, do you want everything gated? This will give you a guided experience in the nature and function of this MMO. Or, do you want to just have everything unlocked? Well, and by everything, I mean, you know, manually pick. But you get the idea. Have all this stuff just unlocked from the get-go. Because this is either your second character, or you're familiar with MMOs, or whatever. And just have that be an option. Bam, right at the beginning. I think that would be the ideal solution to this. That way we would be able to have gating for people who wanted it, and we would be able to have non-gating for people who don't want it. Listen, Raskor. It's not my fault that this game sucks and is the worst game... No, And thank you, Scruffy Looking, again. And as always... very, very much appreciate. I don't suppose you know where you want those to go? It's partially a level thing, but no, when I say gated, I mean literally, like, assume, this is a made-up example, but assume there's a symbol over this guy's head. It's a blue plus mark. That's a gate. That's a quest. That unlocks something. Maybe it unlocks the hunting log. Maybe it unlocks going to the Golden Saucer. Maybe it unlocks doing a specific dungeon, because each dungeon is unlocked too. And each raid is unlocked, and each of the side areas is unlocked. You have to unlock the Palace of the Dead. You have to unlock getting access to flying, and everything's unlocked. Everything's unlocked. Now, some of that stuff is baked into the MSQ. Like, we gained access to the hunting log right now by virtue of just doing our first class quest. But that was still an unlock. In fact, it was a blue quest, as if you were paying attention. So that was actually true to form. Why is my caps locked on? Yeah, some of it's just out in the world. It's kind of all over the place, but generally speaking, if, like I say, if you do every blue quest, you will unlock almost everything in the game. Homeworld, you got it. Trying to figure out some numbers there. Okay. If I might use a direct parallel, WoW doesn't unlock almost anything. If you are at a level, or even if you just have the capacity to get to a certain location, you have access to the features of that location. If you have flying on another character, then you have flying on your main character, etc., etc. Now, again, and this goes back to my thing earlier, I do think that might be a little bit too far in the other direction. That being said, I should note that WoW has been getting better as of late, because they actually do a lot of things nowadays to really help new players, which is good. They should do that, because WoW was actually pretty new player hostile, I'd say right up until about Pandaria-ish, give or take. Nowadays, if you start a new character, you actually start in a whole new zone designed specifically for people who are new to the game. It gives you the basic ideas and concepts. It gives you an idea where you're going. It gives you the story up to date in a very brief form. It shoves you right into this thing. It's this whole nice little thing, and it's actually very well done. But that's new. That's very, very new, as of the most recent expansion new. So, and yeah, the story is a mess regardless, because the game will suggest places for you to go, but it'll suggest those places based on your level and your current location, not based on where you are in the story. If only someone could do like a Lorecraft series to really discuss all the story of Lorecraft. Anyways, point being, I do think WoW goes a little bit too far the other way. Even though I prefer that personally, I still think that having a choice would be a better option. Yes, Rax. Although that's actually only for a new character. I'm saying that wrong. Let me explain that a little bit better. Let's say, Rax, you decided to sign up with a new account with WoW right now, okay? You've never played WoW before. So, you, as a brand new character, you are actually locked into the new character instance. You do not have a choice on this matter. You're there. You go through the new character instance, and then it dumps you out into Shadowlands, and then you progress through Shadowlands. Now, the game is designed for that, and it makes that work, and blah, 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 blah. But that is the structure and style and format. The thing is, if you are a second character, like let's say you make a second character on that account, having played it for a bit, that character, you can say, yeah, I want to go be part of Vanilla, or I want to go part of BC or Wrath or whatever. And that's when you do the, I want to set myself to that expansion thing. That character, once they hit 50, then Chromie shows up and kicks them out. Which is really irritating, because there's nothing that prevents you from going back and resetting yourself to Wrath. It's just, they don't let you say, no, I'd like to stay in Wrath, please, which is just a bizarre choice, but whatever. Anyways. So the Conquering Hero returns. You've completed my little tasks, I trust. The 3 locations was a tutorial. As much as I praise WoW, and I do, that game has issues. I really legitimately feel, and this is especially true lately, that a lot of what's been happening in WoW is someone has a good idea, and they don't really talk it out in the team. So they implement their good idea, and it doesn't work with any of the other good ideas that they have. So it's all just disjointed, because everyone's working... Like, it feels like there's no management, right? It feels like people are just doing things instead of coordinating between themselves. And it's just like... And again, given what's been happening the last couple of years, that's probably literally what's been happening. Anyways. So, have you visited Bannock? It's a training grounds. An acquaintance of mine, a gentleman by the name of Gafford, is an instructor there. Go help him out. Okay. I hips. Where am I going? Oh, we're going down. That's where we're going. Yeah, I know, right? Man, it's weird to get that vibe. By the way, I don't think I've said this since we started this run, so let me be very, very clear about this. I don't actually like WoW versus FF14 comments. I've said this before. I'll say it again. The two MMOs are drastically different in terms of structure, style, approach, game design. Comparing the two is something you can do, but honestly, you probably shouldn't. Oh, absolutely, Valerian. Now, I haven't finished Shadowlands yet, but, you know. Even just the leveling content in Shadowlands is awesome. Apples and oranges isn't quite right. It's more like comparing a steak dinner versus a fruit platter. They're both food, but... And yeah, WoW... I mean, if we were to go point by point, in my opinion, WoW has better combat overall and better class design. But WoW also has better dungeon design, better boss design, and better raid design. But of course it freaking does. That's been their wheelhouse since forever. If WoW suddenly started introducing bad bosses or bad dungeons, that's when you know that game is in trouble. You know what I mean? But the story is excellent, yet terribly told. Like, the presentation of WoW's story is so all over the place, it literally inspired me to spend 4 months making a video series to tell the story so people could actually enjoy it. There's a story there. It's just... good luck, you know? And WoW suffers from all sorts of just... like I said, it's the disjointed problem. They'll have a good idea, and then they'll implement it badly. Or they'll have a bad idea, but they'll implement it really well. And it's just... what? It is so non-managed. I think I'm just going to use that phrase, because I really do think that's what's going on over there, and has been for years. WoW feels not managed. And that's the problem. It's just devs making stuff. So anyways, hi! My name is Galfred. I'm responsible for training our twin adder recruits. Thank you for volunteering your assistance. The 12's Wood has much changed since the calamitous arrival of the 7th Umbral era 5 years ago. The power of the elementals wanes, and the harmony of the forest gives way to chaos. A great abundance of life has been lost, as the strong run rampant, stifling the weak and the new sprung. Though it may not appear to the eyes of the outsider, the 12's Wood is ailing, its once rich variety of fading memory. For the citizens of Gridania, the restoration of the forest is a sacred duty, and it is my hope that adventurers such as you will offer to aid them in their struggle. Listen to their requests. Do all you can. I see you're eager to lead a hand, but I cannot in good conscience send you into the forest till I've established your equipment. Equip level 5 stuff. Okay. Only I had that stuff on me right now. Behold, the Dorkinator. I look just so wonderful. I especially love the poofy pants. That really completes the look. Thank you, Kikismore. Much appreciated. If you know what you want to put that sub towards, please let me know. Yeah, one of the things that simultaneously like made me smile and then also made me just spit in horribleness. One of the most common comments I got back in the day during the WoW lore run when I was going through that was people who would say, "Oh my god, I had no idea how there's so much story was going on at this point in the game." Because no one actually read the quests or did the story. I shouldn't say no one, that is obviously an exaggeration, but so many people said, "Wow, this is really cool. Thank you for sharing this." And it's like, yeah, thanks. Oh, Vanilla was awful in storytelling. You got a Kikos more, thank you. Yeah, I remember there used to be add-ons which deliberately skipped dialogue in quests. So you would just get the quest, and then move on to do it, and then you turn in the quest. no dialogue would pop up on your screen. Which is just... like, why? I mean, on the... Okay, let me walk that back. On the one hand, if you're playing an alt, it's your third time doing that quest, sure, that makes sense. But people would do that for their first-time characters. Why are you even... whatever. I would assign a mission of considerable import, yet the need for secrecy prevents me from disclosing its details until you've pledged your participation. I am authorized to tell you it concerns suspicious activity. Didn't I just join UP? Okay, whatever. I'm ready to do your secret attack. Time is of the essence, so listen well. You will by now have heard that a suspicious individual has been seen prowling the Twelves Wood. You may also be aware that XIV activity has been risen sharply in the region of late. What you may not know is that this increase coincided almost exactly with the first recorded sighting of the aforementioned individual. Suspecting a connection, we tightened our surveillance in hopes of tracking down our unknown visitor. Alas, our quarry is proving to be exceedingly elusive, almost as if he knows our movements ahead of time. But there are whole units that have failed. But a lone adventurer may succeed. Acting independently and covertly, you may be able to close in on our quarry unnoticed. Fear and anxiety are taking their toll upon the citizenry, Lance. For their sake, I ask you aid us in this investigation. Alright. Be forewarned, my people cannot offer support. I mean, Merlweb. Easy answer, Raskor. She's the only one who's an actual leader, first of all. But second of all, she's just kind of cool and competent and actually a military commander while we're on it. So back to the unlocking thing. Sorry, we kind of drifted off topic there a little bit. Amaric's awesome, but I don't consider him. Because I never consider anybody other than the 3 cities because I'm a moron. So if we're considering all the leaders of all the cities, that actually opens up that question a lot more. But if we're just considering the 3, the Admiral. Easy answer. Also, Raskor did specifically say ARR, but actually, no, Amaric's in ARR, isn't he? I swear we encounter him before we actually get to Heavensward. Nevertheless, of the 3, I would still go with the Admiral. Now, for Ul'dah, well, we've got the Sultana and we've got Roban. And that's kind of its own thing, which we'll get to later. So we've already encountered Y'shtola.
Look, someone's already here. Oh dear, is that a sword in the stump? Bad idea. Really bad idea.
Oh my god, that voice is throwing me so hard.
It takes a lot less than that to incite the Green Wrath, you know. Why, the first time we came to the Twelves Wood, we almost ended up as a stranger dinner, just for crashing our airship in the wrong place.
No, not this one.
It was all
Not
Papa
even
Lima's
close.
fault, of course. Though, it's... You know her, Kuplo Cobb?
Well, not exactly, but we did once share a carriage. Isn't that right?
How are the readings?
God, that's throwing me so hard.
Same as the last. There is a disturbance here as well. And newly manifested at that. Kuplo Cobb seems convinced of your innocence. But if this isn't your doing, whose is it?
I like how he's the short-tempered thaumaturge, by the way.
Ever since the calamity, the forest's been really sensitive.
She's the animated pugilist.
The slightest disruption to the etheric flow, and this sort of thing happens.
Green Rage.
It seems we have little choice.
I mean, the voice acting's bad, Von Falkenstein, but more to the point, that's not the voice I'm used to hearing from that character. At all. I suppose it's as good a time as any to talk about chaining, or whatever they call it. Comboing is apparently what they call it. So, this game, a huge number of the classes in this game have a concept called comboing. Whether this is good or bad is actually a debatable thing, but the way it works is you use an ability, and it combos to another ability. There's a little indicator, you can see it in the lower left there, and that indicates, that improves the second ability. Usually it just increases its attack power, so in this case, rather than doing 100, it does 250. But in some cases it changes what it does, like for tanks, for example, some of the combos actually make it so it gives you a little bit of a heal. Most of the combo chains can be very extensive. Dragoon itself is actually a very, very extensive combo chain. Red Mage has some stuff with that too, blah, 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 blah. But I bring it up because it's probably one of the primary aspects of class design that FF14 has as a whole. Now, I'm probably leaning towards not giving it a plus or a minus or an anything, just kind of mentioning it. But it is something that needs to be brought up with regards to the class design, because like I said, it's one of its main approaches. I mean, Dragoon isn't fun until, like, 70, I want to say. It's actually, like, 68 or something. I forget the exact one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of, Rax. I forget what level that unlocks at. That's when Dragoon becomes Dragoon. But like I've said, some classes are only really interesting or fun at a certain point. Paladin wasn't even fun until 80, for God's sakes. Because at 80, you get a unique ability, which actually really helps your DPS cycles. And it helps you loop your route into itself, kind of similar to the Dragoon thing. But you don't get that until 80. There is Rested Exp. I barely pay attention to it. So yeah, this is going to be a complete copy-paste, but I want to skip it because it'll skip the cutscene after it. So I'm going to go turn my AC on because I was chilly last night, but now I'm actually hot. Sorry.
Hear, feel, think.
Ridiculous nonsense. I was actually shivering because of how cold I was last night. New Game Plus gives nothing, which I'm not going to ding it for it, but I might not give it a positive for it. I've said it before, if New Game Plus gave experience, that would make such a better way of leveling alts, or alt classes. My opinion.
I am Hydaelyn, all made one.
Or perhaps, just more to the point, it would give you another method of leveling. And that's something I'm really big on, is giving you multiple methods of leveling in an MMO.
Yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
I'm trying to think. There's some story, I think it's a game, where someone's like, you are my chosen one. And it's like the 15th person they've picked, and it's just the first person who succeeds. Oh, duh, Morrowind. Morrowind did that.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
I admit it, that always amused me about Morrowind. Because it was like, yeah, you're totally the one. You're actually like the 17th, but you're the first one who succeeded. Congrats. And yeah, Dark Souls arguably would qualify as well. I'd agree with that. At least Dark Souls 1. I'm not sure about the other ones.
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Yeah, it's true, Magister. I will admit, excuse me, I actually really liked what they did with Illidan in his Chosen One story. Like, I loved what they did with that so much. I'm not going to spoil it here, just gush.
You fainted. A surfeit of ether, no doubt.
And what have we here?
Our culprit, it would seem, an Ixal. And no ordinary Ixal either. A chieftain. That they would venture this deep into enemy territory, the beastmen may indeed be acting under orders. This is Papalimo. We found the culprit.
How are we feeling then?
It was an Ixal
Better?
chieftain.
Good.
Yes, we'll seek Brother Esumian's cooperation in the matter.
Giant crystals?
Oh,
Can't say I've seen any.
Atlas. Much the same
Are you
as
sure
always.
you're feeling better?
Understood. Over and out.
I actually don't remember Camper. We'll find out in a bit. And by a bit, I mean a few hours, but...
Kuplo Cop, please bear word of these developments to Brother Esumian. We shall soon return to give a full report.
Understood. Over and out.
Here is where we part ways. Till next time, take care.
I think that sword might be a clue. You should definitely pull it out and take it back to the Bannock. You don't suppose that adventurer could see Kuplo Cop, do you?
And this occurs to you now? Yes, it seemed that way. Time will tell.
Well, time will have to, because you won't. You never tell me what's really going on. Unless You don't know what's going on either.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I'll take Ishtal over these two. I have not played Endwalker at all, no. And I never will. Come on. There we go. I grab it, did I? No? Okay, whatever. I sincerely doubt it, Jordan. I have no doubt that they had... So, this is presumption based on speculation and analysis. But from what I've seen, the FF14 story arcs were loosely written out, but not in specifics. So they had an idea for where they were going with certain things, but not, you know... I know how limit breaks work, thank you. But not, you know, the details. I've been thinking about the unlocking thing. I've been thinking about the... Yeah, exactly, like the skeleton of the story. That's exactly what I mean. You know, one of my favorite things to do is have a coughing fit when you have a headache. Right? Like, you know what that means, right? Yeah, I have 12 mail, which I'm just going to ignore. I could get the earring, but I don't care. Lance, good to see you back. Whenever patrol sent word you've been doing battle with enraged Treants. I'm relieved to find you none the worse for the experience. But tell me, what were you able to discover at the stump? Well, a magic blade. A sword and a stump and a dead Ixal. I can say with absolute certainty this is blade of his Ixali origin. It's kind of a... It is of a kind used exclusively in Beastman trials. The Ixal rarely set foot in the central shroud, so tight is our guard of the area. What purpose could have driven them to such a risk? Sorry. A dubious couple porting peculiar spectacles? So you've been finally acquainted with Ida and Papalima. Lay your suspicions to rest. Gridania counts them amongst her staunchest allies. Both are scholars hailing from a distant land, have been with us since before the calamity. Yeah, I remember them from 1.0, actually, because I started in Gridania. Their garb may appear outlandish, and their exchanges baffling, but never once have they given us cause to doubt them. Indeed, they assist the God's Quiver and the Wood Whalers in their work, much as I hope you will. Although our unknown visitor eludes us still, owing to your efforts we have acquired important intelligence on the Ixali threat. You have my gratitude. Yes, I did, Cashel. I started in frickin' Gridania. We are fortunate indeed to have a capable adventurer such as you aiding us. I pray you will continue to serve the people of Gridania in whatever capacity you are able. Yeah, I'll talk about it in a second. But I have a thought. Just one. Bouncing around in here. So, injuries of several of my men have left me short-handed. I require a capable sort to complete their unfinished duty. The task is simple. Put down as many of the local populace as you can. Okay, I will kill mobs for you. I've been thinking about the unlock thing. I will admit this is a unique circumstance. If this was a single-player game where you had to unlock stuff like you do in FF14, there would be no question. It would be a negative, right? Like, just ugh. But this is a little bit different because of its nature. And it is a form of tutorialization, as we were talking about earlier. It is a, here's how this stuff works. This is what an MMO is. This is what the mechanics of an MMO is. And Lord knows, there are lots of mechanics in FF14. But, that being said, I still think that it's not good, and the absence of an option, especially for alts, is something that is rather unacceptable. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and compromise and give it 1 negative. It's effectively excessive tutorialization, is what we will call the negative for. Oh, hey, Casual. Oh, I love that outfit, by the way. This is actually probably my favorite armor in the game, right here. Except it only looks good on females. Because it's Agrius's armor, so... and it's gone. Yeah, exactly, hazardous. The hand-holding... I know you and I have different definitions of hand-holding hazardous, but I think we both agree that too much hand-holding is a bad thing one way or the other. So we're going to go ahead and jot that down for gameplay negatives. Here we go. Yeah, if there was a choice, this wouldn't even be a question. There would be no debate here. Just, we're cool. But the fact that it locks you into that, well, that sucks. I should probably mention that, like, I'm not sure any MMO gets this right. Even WoW, which just unlocks everything, doesn't do it properly, right? It's just, hey, everything's unlocked. It's like, okay, that sucks. Also, we've joined a Fate, apparently. Alright. You must be the adventurer. There you go. Seems you had little trouble gathering the egg sacs. Excellent work. I shall send them to the Trappers' League immediately. Lest you wonder, these egg sacs are not destined for the dinner table. The members of the Twin Adder and the Wood Whalers are assisting the League by collecting samples they need to check for signs of sickness. The Chocobo, you see, is one of the few creatures capable of transmitting the disease known as the Creeping Death. Until relatively recently, any Huor who contracted this disease would almost invariably perish. Indeed, a single outbreak once claimed the lives of 1/3 of the Huron population here in Gridania. That was a long time ago, of course. With the medicines now available to us, the Creeping Death is not the killer it once was. Even so, it is best to halt any new outbreak before they occur. Thus, we gather the eggs on a regular basis to assist the Trappers' League with ongoing research. World building! Exactly, Little Lion. That's exactly right. It's a positive for people new to the game, or people like Valvedrix who want the guided experience. It is a negative for people like me, or people who are playing a second character, and it is a negative for no choice. The no choice thing really is what pushes that into negative territory for me. If it was an option, we got this, no problems. Valvedrix does bring up a valid thing. So we have actually established a canonicity of precedence with regards to in-game purchases, and those being negatives, right? But it depends on how they do it, it depends on why they do it, blah, 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 blah. So FF14 does have a store. It doesn't have an in-game store. That already kind of shuffles it a little bit over to the right from normalness, right? There's no Ubisoft crap like I was complaining about in New Dawn, where you, or like frickin' Division, where you open up the game and you're like, hey, I want to equip this. Did you know? And like in the equipment screen is a thing telling you can buy, you know, currency in order to buy equipment. And it's like, no, that's awful. That's unquestionably a negative. But something like FF14, this is a much more gradient kind of a thing. And we're going to have to debate that. This is such an embarrassing turn of events. I sent a recruit from the Bannock on a surveying expedition only for the Craven to turn tail and flee at the first sign of trouble. This is not how we treat requests from the Conjurers, and as if such a poor showing weren't bad enough, the lily-livered half-wit left behind the surveying equipment here provided by the hero Pauline herself. While I attempt to instill some backbone into this so-called soldier, would you mind recovering the survey gear and returning it to hero Pauline at the Gabinot's Bower? According to my recruit's tale of woe, there should be a set of survey records, a surveyor's rope, 2 boxes of instruments, strewn about the interior of a cave to the south of here. So one of the damn fool didn't lose his boots. Make sure to watch over you. Alright, Mr. Red, let's see if you know where you're going. This is going to be it. This is going to be it. All eyes turn to Mr. Red and his terrible, terrible driving. Oh, God! We smashed into the wall. But yes, here is right. Oh, God, I can't leave. I can't exit. No! 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 Stop! Let me out! Let me out! Oh, God. I'm stuck. Oh, thank God. I'm free. I'm free! Ah, I'm free! But yeah, FF4... So let's go down this. Let's go down this structurally. Let's go down this... You know, let's dissect this. So FF14 store is nowhere near as bad as any of the Ubisoft crap, if by sheer virtue of the fact that it's not predatory, it's not shoving it into your face, and it's not in the game. Now that's usually second negative territory, but we can very definitively knock off the possibility of a second negative for FF14 store, right? It's just, no, we're nowhere near that bad, so that's done. And it's certainly not as bad as the third negative territory, which would be, for example, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which I know is also a Ubisoft product, but what do you want from me? Ubisoft is terrible with their frickin' microtransactions. So no second negative, no third negative. Whether or not we have the first negative is the thing that I'm really debating here. So this is one of those things. So let me go ahead and just give my opinion first. This is just personal opinion. The FF14 in-game store is an unfortunate reality of how messed up and wrong the current economic model is. Just in life. There. That's my opinion. I think it sucks that we have to deal with this, that they have to do this kind of crap in order to be able to properly fund this game and turn that money back around into its development. It is aggravating that that is where it is. But that's reality. And I'm going the wrong way. And it is worth noting that we do have demonstrable evidence that the money they make from the store, they actually do bother to go ahead and put that money back into the game. So at the very least, it's not just going into the coffers of some frickin' investor who lives in Timbuktu, right? So that is important. That is rare, if I might be so bold. May I assist you with some matter? Yeah, I got you some stuff here. Oh, but this is the equipment I left with the soldiers. Fled at the first sign of danger, you say? Let's see. Well, all is not lost. It appears the recruit managed to complete the surveying assignment. The records are actually quite detailed. With the changes wrought by the calamity, I thought it wise to send the Order of the Twin Adder on a number of expeditions to map the region's topography. As fortune would have it, the officer saw these tasks as an excellent opportunity to train inexperienced soldiers. We can no longer rely on our past knowledge of the Twelves Wood. If we are to survive these troubled times, we must reacquaint ourselves with our surroundings, then we may better discern the threats we face. Cool. So I hesitate to ask, but you might assist us in thinning the numbers of the Enoles? In our efforts to commune with the elementals, we conjurers often find ourselves in the area. Of late, however, our meditations have all too frequently been interrupted by unprovoked Enole attacks. Truly, the beasts have grown more aggressive by the day. Their numbers have continued to grow since the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. You see, forcing packs of the scale can come down from the mountains in search of food, so if you could slay a handful of the beasts, that should lessen their need to hunt and also serve as warning to the Enoles to remain in their territory. Yep. Kill them all. Destabilize the place. Got it. How far is this? This is right here. Now, actually, we do have the concept of an aggregate negative. So we could call it an aggregate negative. I am sure we'll come up with other aggregates across the course of like a 200-hour game, right? So, that's a possibility. Tor's in-game shop was substantially more in your face. That's the second negative. But Magister is correct. We did already give Tor the initial negative for the in-game shop. I think based on that case law alone, I think we'll go ahead and give one negative for it. It's not as in your face. It's not as aggravating. It's not predatory. It's not irritating. But it is there. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I've used the store too. Doesn't mean I like using it. Almost breathe through both nostrils. Okay, where is this thinger? There it is. Oh, I haven't seen him yet, Blade Traval, but Paladin looks cool in general, I think. I wish I enjoyed it more, because, you know, Paladin's kind of legit once you get it to the really high levels. I suppose this is as good as any time to talk about the fact that you lose abilities when you go to a lower level. I know that's not really relevant right now, but we don't have much going on. So, those of you not aware of how this works, let's see. Right now I'm level 9. So these are my abilities at level 9. So let's say, for example, this is a totally made up example. Let's say, for example, that I was on my level 80 Dragoon, and I decided to go do something where I was locked down to level 9. In those circumstances, these 4 abilities would be all I have. This turbo sucks, to be blunt. Now, simply getting rid of, and I will acknowledge it, simply getting rid of that limitation is not an ideal solution and will cause new problems. I've actually thought out several ways over the years, because this is probably my second biggest complaint about the game right here, is the fact that you lose your abilities when you go down. And it's so I should probably mention, it's not just losing abilities, it's losing mechanics. You may or may not notice that there's no bar up there in the upper right, which has my Dragoon thing, or the balance bar for a red mage, or blah, blah, blah. And yeah, we've actually come up, and I definitely do mean we have discussed this for some time now, months at least, if not years. And because this is one of the most common things I bring up as a complaint about this game. And there's a lot of different ways you could fix this. They don't do any of them, admittedly. And that's the problem. And let me be clear, this is at least one negative. This is a terrible thing. But it is worth noting that it's not just the fact that you lose abilities, you lose mechanics. You lose the nature of how your game plays, how your class plays, which is actually awful. Remember how I mentioned earlier how each class is kind of designed inconsistently with regards to when they get stuff? So like Summoner, we were just playing a Summoner, and you actually get some of your actual core mechanics of the game very early on. We gained the Ruby Carbuncle, like it's one of the first abilities we get. By contrast, I don't think we get Jump on Dragoon until we get to 30, for example. Red Mage doesn't really do it very great. Reaper's awful. You don't get anything on Reaper until you get to like 70. Sage is okay, and you get it. It depends on the class. Some classes are okay, some classes are not, and some classes are actively terrible at lower level. So that sucks. And how much it sucks. So hang on, there's actually another layer of suckitude here. Because Black Mage is probably the best example of how much a class gets ruined by this particular thing. As Valvedrix has so accurately pointed out in the past, Black Mage literally has a completely different rotation depending on what level you are. Because they later get abilities that coincide and work with your mana pool in earlier abilities. But if you don't have those abilities, then you're doing this completely separate thing and blah, 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 blah. And so a 50 black mage plays completely different than a 70 black mage and so forth and so on. And yeah, most melee jobs don't even get an AoE, just one AoE until like 40-ish. In fact, actually, I believe I can check right now. Or not? I thought there was a way to show which abilities I didn't have yet. Oh, right. I can't see Dragoon abilities because I don't have Dragoon. Well, either way, I definitely don't get an AoE before 30, I can tell you right now, just from looking at these. So the question becomes, how many negatives is this? Because it is at least one. We can argue whether or not it's a good thing or not. That's valid. But the flat reality is that this is, in my opinion, actively bad game design. And you're probably thinking, well, but why would you care about going to lower level stuff? Well, that's the roulette system. The roulette system, which will absolutely be getting some positives, is a great system and allows you to go back and do older content, and as a consequence also allows you to help people who are going through, either on alts or on a new character or whatever, to help do the comment. So that's cool. Everything about that's cool. But that means that when you, on your level 80 character, go back to do something, you're now level 26. Have fun. And yeah, I consider it one of the two biggest issues of the game. I do. An inordinate amount of gameplay in this game, a inordinate amount of content in this game is going to be done while lower level than your current max level. So you're almost always going to run into this particular issue, especially while just doing things like leveling or helping other people or whatever, right? This isn't even counting syncing, which is at least a choice. So let's see here. What do I call this? How do I summarize this? Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Rax. Kind of cardboard golem, but actually that's another negative, which I gave separate, which is the fact that the game is very co-op unfriendly, is what I put that under, because that's the same problem, really. Yeah, see, that's one of the solutions. I don't think I came up with that one, Valvatrix, but one of the solutions that someone came up with was push the core mechanics further forward, right? Like they did with Summoner, actually. Again, to use that as an example. Now, that's a very recent change. That's just, when Endwalker came out. But push core mechanics, push the fun aspects of the class forward, and then flesh it out a little bit more as you go. Because obviously you do want people to still get abilities as they level up. But by making it so that they at least are playing their class early on. Like, I'm sorry, what is a Lancer? Until, honestly, probably about 60-something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? No offense to Dragoons. I enjoy Dragoon quite a bit at high level. It was very much in the running for one of my favorite classes and the melee class I was going to pick. But that's only when you get up there, when you actually have a class to play around with, right? I will mention that I only gave, so I'll probably only give 2 negatives to this because I only gave 2 negatives to the forced single-player questing, which I consider to be the worst part of the game. So for that, I will give 2 negatives for this. Those are my 2 biggest complaints about FF14, and we've already jotted both of them down. 4 negatives for those. The forced single-player thing and the move reduction thing. The good news is, those are my biggest complaints about the game. I actually anticipate we won't get that many more major negatives, but we'll see. So, now my brother's been considering the meditation as observed. You have my thanks for the egg delivered to this person. You got it. Ah. Where am I going? Over there. Come on. See if I can get there before the people in a mount. Apparently I want to kill these things. Die, things. So I'm going to ask the stupid thing here, Rymark the Mage. What does making a new character and the pacing thereof have anything to do with what I'm talking about? Like, that's cool and awesome. And I'm glad that she had found the leveling experience perfectly paced, but that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. I do wonder, has anyone ever actually had an interview with or asked the devs, why do you do the level reduction thing? Or the ability removal thing? Because it would be funny if the answer is just, well, that's how it's coded. We set your level to this, so that's your level. You can't access things above that. And, like, that's the answer, right? That's why. It's not a design choice. It's a technical limitation. I've got you an egg. I'm being punched. And no, that's an egg. The troops will be glad to see one of these at the table. You see Hearer Pauline sent you on this errand? I hear the Anoles are more numerous than ever. Yet you appear to have managed your task with your skin intact. Your skill and bravery continue to amaze me. Well, thank you. Oh, gotcha. So you're saying that one of the proposed solutions would not be a good one. That's valid. Why is everyone punching me today? God. My illness, my sinuses are punching me. My friends are punching me. This is awful. So, yes, what's up? I'm sorry, what does WXHB stand for in this context? In the southeast of here lies a dungeon known as Spirit Hold. It was all but destroyed during the calamity. Desiring to offer ruins to the forest, a hearer ventured inside to carry out the rite of returning. Alas, it would seem something has gone awry. Word arrived just moments ago that the hearer and his guards have been attacked by a towering shadow. Oh, you heard me. A shadow. On another day, I would dispatch my best quivermen to provide support, but I sent them to repel an Ixali incursion to the West Shroud nearly a bell ago. The timing of these events cannot be mere coincidence. I fear the Ixal are somehow have caught wind of our plans and are attempting to disrupt the rite in an effort to weaken the bond between man and elemental. They must not be allowed to succeed. Go! Fix! Do. Okay. That's a good question, Colin Peluso. That is a very good question. Let me come back to that. Do me a favor, put that into the queue, the question queue, Colin Peluso, so I can answer that later, because that's a long answer, and I'm in the middle of another topic right now. Got it. So it's a controller thing. That's why I didn't know what that is. I've actually never played this game with a controller more than about 10 seconds. I hated it. I know it's a thing. I mean, you can play WoW with a controller now, and by the way, that's totally coming out on Xbox. I'm just saying. But yeah. That's... Well, you type in X... Do you not know how the QA bot works? Could someone explain to Colin Peluso how the QA bot works, please? One of the ways that I came up with... So one of the more common things that's usually mentioned, I think someone said this in chat just now, yeah, that is you'll just be stronger if you're scaled down. Now, there's actually... I do very firmly think that there's ways around that. I think there are methods and possibilities to avoid making you too strong by going too low level. I also, if I'm just being completely blunt, don't think that's that big of a problem. And you're probably thinking, but lore! Balance! When was the last time you did Westwind Cape and actually fought that boss? In other words, that's a problem now. Removing your abilities when you sink down is not making us weaker. It is not removing our ability to absolutely smash through things. Because when was the last time you did Crystal Tower and actually did those mechanics? So in other words, while that's a valid concern, it's a concern they are not currently addressing. So I don't think it's a valid excuse to use it in that case. Yeah, I think I think there's more they could do with eye level limitations, or maybe changing a adding the percentage. Like, okay, I'm almost certain that FF14 can't do what WoW does, because WoW's system is voodoo magic. It's the one they introduced in Legion, and I've praised it to hell and back because it's an absolutely brilliant system. But the way it works is a level 50 and a level 2 will both contribute equally when fighting an enemy. And it's got such a brilliant circumstance, such a brilliant way that they do it. I'm not even sure the 100% of the exact method they do it, but I do know what they do is they effectively add on another layer of equation. So, you know, when you do something, there's an equation thing, right? So use this ability while doing this, equals out this is the damage you do, right? So I know that at least one of the things WoW does with their system is after this equation is done, in parentheses, it adds another equation onto the end of it that says what's the level you should be, what's the level that the enemy is supposed to be, and scaling that based on that in order to make it so that the percent of damage you do is relative. So that you are doing an amount you should be doing regardless of the level disparity and regardless of the fact that you have your whole rotation or you're actually level. Yeah, it's pure genius. I'm sorry for gushing. This is an absolutely genius system. By the way, this system is why roulettes should exist in WoW, because they have this brilliant, genius system and they're not using it. Sorry. It's just... Anyways. Moving on. Like I said, great ideas, not actually connected to each other. Yeah, it's so genius and most people don't even see it. No, I wasn't even talking about time walking. Although you're right. But like the best way to showcase this system was the Legion launch event. You remember that? So the Legion launch event would have demons invading zones, whole zones, right? Everybody could participate. No, really. Everybody could participate, whether you were level 1 or level 90. You would be able to contribute to that. This was the first time that they showcased this tech. God, it was brilliant. It was so brilliant. Anyway, sorry. Point being, let's bring this back to the game in question. Point being, I actually don't think that system is possible with FF14, because that is, like I said, it's some voodoo tech, and I don't know how they could even possibly implement that. I would love it if they could. If they could somehow make that in FF14, oh, that would be amazing. But I don't think they're going to, and that's such a damn shame, because I can't even pull it up. Because FF14 has the perfect mechanism to use that scaling tech, the roulette system. It's so perfect. It's so perfect for that system. Just, and then you're this level, but it's okay because you're doing what you should be doing, percentage-wise. And you have your whole rotation. You could play a full Dragoon at level 15 in Sastasha, right? Anyways, okay, I'm done. Yeah, I know, just merge the best of WoW. If I ever make an MMO, I'm just going to sit down. This is not a joke. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to write down all of the best ideas that all of the MMOs out there have done. And we're going to just figure out how to make them work. That wouldn't even begin to surprise me, no, Mr. Red. There was an interview, this was way back during Warlords. There was an interview by one of the devs, I don't remember who it was, so don't ask, at WoW, that basically said, yeah, we want to make sure the players are always interacting with the new content. We don't want them getting bogged down by all the old content. And I wanted to reach through the computer and just smack that person for saying that. Anyways. Who goes there? An adventurer, is it? Here at Instructor Galfred's request, you say, oh, thank the matron. And doubtless you already know this, but a towering shadow manifested without warning and attacked the hero in the midst of the rite. Most of the party's been successfully evacuated, but 5 remain unaccounted for. Please find them. Get them out of harm's way. Was that Ion? Because if that was Ion, then yeah, he needs to be face smacked. I mean, I don't like Ion in general, but wow. Just wow, you know. I'm not gonna hurt him, I'm just gonna remove him from the dev team. Forcibly. He is a good raid designer. I actually agree with that completely. A lot of what keeps the raids fresh and interesting and fun, even as recently as the last raid, is because Ion is part of that raid dev team. I will give him that credit. But just get away from the rest of the game, would you? God. Anyways. Point being, this game rocks. Moving on. Oh, hey, Maverick. Away, vile fiend. Away, I defy you. I defy you. Oh, an adventurer. We were ambushed. Yes, I caught that. Get out of here, buddy. The ritual's failed. I must needs return. Oh, cool. I also think Ion has a very big problem. He is an adherent of the false mentality that WoW begins at endgame. Allow me to very firmly disagree with that sentence. I didn't agree with that in vanilla. I really don't agree with that now. So, gotta leave group because FF14. Speaking of complaints. O mournful voice of creation, grant ye this humble stone a soul, that it may wake to life. I absolutely believe so, yes, Rax. I mean, just think about it for a second. Imagine for a moment if FF14 was designed from the ground up, that leveling and the quests and all that were secondary and unimportant, and therefore the dev teams were not given time or money to spend on them, because all of the time and money of development was being pushed onto raiding. Think about what that does to game design. Think about what that does to the office environment, and the work environment, and the mentality of the people building the game. I very firmly think that Ion's mentality of the game is for raiding and all that is just absolutely causing so many issues with WoW, and has been for some time. My opinion. Absolutely take that to face. But the golem could be vanquished. That woman is no ordinary adventurer. Dun dun dun. And now I've joined a fate. Again, kind of. Damnation, he eluded us yet again. Oh, fancy meeting you here. How are things? Agreed, Cardboard Golem. There used to be a concept. Whatever are you? Shh, more birds. This makes how many today? 7? Their movements are beyond our fathoming. Do you think they're trying to summon their primal? I hope not for all our sakes, but we must be prepared for the worst. Withered, the same fate as befell Emerald Moss. It is as we feared. Dalamud's anomaly is affecting life in the 12 Wood. You mean the disturbance of the etheric flow? The very same. The Garleans have a lot to answer for. The imbalance they have created is plunging the land into chaos, just as Louis forewarned. It's no wonder the primals have started appearing. Time is against us, but there is still hope for the land. We must hold fast to that hope and fight to the very last. Agreed. I don't know, there's not much you can do when someone smashes a moon into a planet. Stupid things. These stupid things happen to be the very latest in Garlean innovation. Show some respect. They're so uncomfortable and ugly. If you ask me, they're an improvement over that mask of yours. Hard to believe it's already been 5 whole years, isn't it? Already? 5 years has been a heartbeat in the life of the planet. I suppose you're right. Now that I think about it, the 12 Woods barely recovered at all, and the Gridanians still have the same old problems. Aye, along with some new ones. Just in case the Ixal and Garuda aren't troublesome enough, the Sylphs had to go and invite Ramu, didn't they? You ever think about those adventurers who'd fought along beside us? I do. And then 5 years seems like ages. I wonder what became of them. Need a look. What is that exactly? Yet another disturbance in the ether, and freshly manifested at that. It's emanating from Life Mend Stump. We must hurry. And they run to meet us. Are you alright? Your eyes glazed over for a while there. So I haven't really discussed this yet. When we feel an echo, we actually experience it kind of in real time, which means as we're in the past, our real self in the present is just sitting there doing nothing. This is actually going to be relevant later, so I'm just mentioning it now. The good news is the hearer is unarmed. Somewhat dazed, yes, but whole of mind and body. The bad news concerns everything else. Lest you forget, the 12's Wood is the domain of the elementals. It is by their leave that man abides in the forest and avails himself of its bounty. The ground in which the dungeon occupies is no different. Having no more use for the dungeon, the Gridanians sent a hearer to offer the place back to the elementals, by way of the right of returning, which is essentially an expression of gratitude. Alas, he failed to complete the ritual for obvious reasons. While the poor soul cannot be blamed for this, the fact remains that unless the elementals are given their due, they may consider this a slight. And the very last thing the Gridanians can afford in these uncertain times is risking alienating the 12's Wood's eternal guardians. But you have more than done your part. We shall see the hearer to safety and send Piers to finish the rite. In the meantime, make your way and report to Alistan. Where are my manners? I am Papalimo, and the tactless woman here beside me is... Ida. Papalimo and I are surveying the 12's Woods together. Pleased to meet you. Ida, give me a hand, would you? Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of the elementals. And I would say it is at least a weakness. The whole echo thing. If for no other reason that we don't have the ability to trigger it. Which also means we don't have the ability to not trigger it. It happens completely outside of our control. And that sucks. I mean, could you imagine if it happened in the middle of a battlefield? One of the things that Blizzard used to do, which I was actually in favor of, it's a phrase my friend Pax came up with. He called them Blizzard of Borg. That sounds awful, but it was actually a really good model. What they used to do is they would look at other games, and they would see what ideas they had, and they would try to see how they could interpret or reutilize those ideas for their own games. And so, you know, games like StarCraft and Hearthstone and Diablo and the pet battles and a lot of WoW were all effectively developed because of the fact that other game, they were looking at other games and seeing how they could adapt those for their own thing. Now, to be clear, the reason I was okay with this is Blizzard used to actually put due diligence into this. They wouldn't just copy-paste or bullet point syndrome. They would think, how can I make that concept work for my game? And they would make it work, use their own spin on it, right? The transmog system is actually a good example of that. Transmog in MMOs was actually invented in Lotro, believe it or not. That was the first MMO to use that kind of concept. It was cumbersome and awkward and limited, and then WoW looked at it and said, ooh, and gave us the transmog system. All this happened inside Spirit Hold? Well, preserve us. Who is the masked mage, and by what dark ambition is he driven? So many things shrouded in mystery. I shan't find answers on my own. I must needs discuss this with Galfred. The matter warrants full investigation, and if I'm any judge, that shall certainly be my recommendation. Your courage has saved many lives this day, adventurer. For that you have my deepest gratitude. Pray return to Gridania. You got it. Oh, I know, Magister. I've been wanting cross-faction gameplay in WoW since WoW came out. Since vanilla. Don't worry, we won't return to the Waking Sands just yet. We'll get there. Do notice, by the way, and this is going to come up in the Ul'dah section as well. So the Limsa Lominsa story arc was primarily focused on the city-state, how it was trying to repair itself, and the people. What's our first villain group there? The pirates. Who attacks us during the intro cinematic? The pirates. Now, we interact with some of these pirates, and we fight some of these pirates, and we find out that some of these pirates are being rabble-roused by another group of pirates, the Reavers, who are actually working on behalf of the Sahagin. So we find out that there's legitimate discontent, and then there's fomented discontent. It's all very much focused, however, on the people, I hesitate to use the word, but the politics of the situation. Shift over to Gridania. Who attacks us during the intro? Well, that would be the Ixal. What have we been fighting so far as we've been going through this? Now, we haven't actually fought the Ixal yet, but you notice how almost all of the story focus has been more on the, let's call it the terrain, obstacles, rather than individuals, if that makes sense. I know the Ixals are people, but the way they're being presented here is mobs, monsters, beasts. And that's primarily what we've been focused on so far. Ul'dah will have another different focus, which we'll get to in a bit. Welcome back, Lance. A little bird tells me the hero and his party owe you their lives. A tale for the tavern if ever there were one. It's only a shame I must ask you not to tell it, for the time being at least. Do I make myself clear? Until the hearers have made their will on the matter known, it would be best to avoid unsettling people with stories of walking statues. Yes, mother. Now then, we must have suitable recompense. So we get a place to stay. Yay! I've also unlocked guild leaves. Levies. Whatever the hell they are. We've already shown those off. We've already talked about those. Moving on. That was my favorite fresh-faced adventurer. Oh, don't scowl so. I speak out of habit. You've come a long way since you first walked through my door, and I'll not deny it. As a matter of fact, I think it's about time you made yourself useful in the Bent Branch Meadows in the Central Shroud. Unlike the recruits you see at Bannock, the men and women out there... Whoop. Ah! Shoot. Men and women out there would more than welcome the assistance of a rapidly maturing adventurer like yourself. Bent Branch is also home to a very usefully situated aetheryte. It is, in other words, a perfect place for you to begin your next stage of your journey. I want better time like the present. Leave the city via the Blue Badger Gate and continue southwest until you come to the bridge. Cross it, and when you spy an aetheryte in the distance, you may congratulate yourself on having successfully found the Bent Branch Meadows. If you so fancy, you may also make use of the Chocobo Porter service, doubtless the safest way to get to your destination. Chocobo Keep Singer should not hesitate to help you, and talk to Keither when you get there. Okay. Yeah, look, I can unlock leaves. Anyways. I'm going to call them leaves and levies, and we're just going to bounce around in our pronunciation just to try and confuse everyone as much as humanly possible. Hi, Bragman. So I didn't actually show this off last time, because I started in the wrong spot. These are chocobos. These are flight paths. Actually, as much as this may or may not have been copied off of WoW, what this reminds me of more than anything else is actually Lotro. Lotro has flight paths as well, but they're all ground-bound. And they're just like this, effectively. You notice how you can dismount at any time? That's also something Lotro does, which makes sense because you're on a horse, right? So you could just take a trip across, across a zone and then stop when you're at the point where you need to go, right? And the other thing that's cool about that in Lotro is your mount, that is to say the rented mount, is faster than your mount. So this is actually a faster way to get around, and thus they make it actually worthwhile in some cases. That being said, I don't think this movement speed is faster than the fastest mounted movement speed. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. Oh, speaking of which, let's get off the mount while we're here. Interesting. As I say, I'm pretty sure that's not as fast as you can go, but I can't... I mean, I could test it, but it would take me a while to log out, and then log back in, and blah, 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 blah. Ah, that's not true, Robostal. It depends. Different chocobos smell differently depending on where they've been raised. So different breeds smell differently. Yeah, I think I actually bought all of the riding maps for the run. I don't remember if I got all of them, but I'm pretty sure I got all of them. Anyways, you must be the adventurer Mion sent word about. I'm Keitha, head wrangler. I've heard many and more things about you. Good things, lest you worry. When the elder seed seer bade us welcome adventurers, 'tis fair to say we had our doubts, considering, well, hard-working folk like yourself set about proving us wrong. So consider me a convert. I like Wark, but I also like Que. Any road, you have a mind to help out at the ranch, have you? Good. We can always do with a hand or two to keep the place running smoothly. As a matter of fact, I have a task right here that wants doing. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, I am ready. Seven hell. Some bastard Keykern has gone and broken one of my chocobo eggs. Filthy little thief was busy looting the barn when a guard startled it, prompting the damn thing to drop the egg it was clutching and run. Some of the lads gave chase, bless them, but when the three or more of the vermin appeared, we had no choice but to turn back. Something has to be done about those Keykurnian. About those jackasses. Would you mind heading over to the matron's leth and having a word with a soldier named Rosaline for me? The Ratmen nest is in her neck of the woods. She'll know what to do. Does it involve murdering a lot of these things? Because I bet I could figure that out myself. Actually, I've always thought of it the same way, Blade Travel. Bark. Bark. Like, they're two fairly distinct noises, and there's no reason they couldn't make both. Actually, I like the que from FF9. The sound effect, the actual sound effect. You're in Keitha's of half? Oh, I see. Broke one of her eggs, you say. And there are 4 of the creatures? The things are a nuisance at the best of times, but now we must add trespass and chocobo murder to the list of their transgressions. They have forced our hand. Our retribution must needs be swift and decisive. And who better than to deliver it, adventurer? Find their lair to the west of here, and make an example of exactly 4 scramblers. We can send no clearer message. Murder, murder, murder. Got it. Oh, it actually wants me to go down here, doesn't it? Kaikiran? Kikairan? Kaikaron? There's too many ways to pronounce the letter I. Of course, A's are worse. Oop, it's a dynamite. Oh god, dynamite. Alright, I'm gonna take on all these at once. I got this. Oh god, I'm being horribly murdered. Actually, I probably could manage that, but... yeah. Real quick, while I'm here, let's get a little bit of bonus exp. Let's make sure we're covered on the level. Let me just hit my jump button here. Oh. I remember... so I started off as a black mage, right? I mentioned that before. I actually ended up abandoning that character and starting up, you know, my paladin, who was then my main for quite a while. And I was pushing my paladin for a while, and that was cool, and it was boring and awful and terrible. I went, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to go level my lancer. I want to play a dragoon. Dragoon sounds cool. And then I found out that I wouldn't be able to jump until level 30. So I stopped leveling my lancer. The deed is done? Good. A grim task, but a necessary one. You have shown them the folly of inciting the wrath of those who consort with adventurers. Perhaps now the Kirin will think twice before giving in to their larcenous proclivities. Oh there, adventurer. You seem light on your feet. Fancy a quick skip on the route of the Heavens Pillar here? I need someone to pick off a blue trumpet or two. I know what you're thinking. It's not more than a mushroom, so why the commotion? Well, I'll tell you why. You allow that fungal menace to multiply, and within a moon they'll be covering the whole damn route and rotting the wood clear through. Just watch your step while you're up there. The dynamites on the ground won't waste any time adding insult to falling injuries. Once you're done, head up to the top and talk to Theodore. Okay. Well, yeah, but... I mean... honestly, jump kind of sucks. It's the next jump you get, which I forgot what it's called, but jump 2. That's the good jump. That jump's awesome. And then you get AoE jump, which is also pretty cool. A little too high of a cooldown for me, but it's still cool. Come on. There we go. And yeah, Samurai... Samurai is a very skill-bloated class. And I love it. Samurai... I was torn between Samurai and Reaper for my final choice for my melee. And I actually ended up letting you all decide. You voted on a stream. But they're both legit. They're awesome. And I have to go back down? Question mark? Oh, there it is. Missed one. There we go. I should probably mention that I actually like all the melee classes except Ninja. They're all fun, except Ninja. Samurai and Reaper both have cool factor, and I love the rotations of both. But, I don't know. We'll see when we get there. We will eventually be playing a Reaper. Not for a long time, though. You've cleared the route of blue trumpets. Wonderful. To be honest, I have this teeny tiny problem with heights. No, this is not my ideal posting, but we all do what we must. Keeping the route passable is an important job, you see. It's one of the few ways folks can traverse the Central Shroud, since the Calamity all but split the area in twain. It is not perhaps the easiest pathway to walk, but there are those who will believe the will of the Matron Mother herself caused this tendril of Heaven's Pillar to remain thus suspended, that it might serve the forest's people. I'm rather fond of the notion myself. It is regrettably my duty to stand over watch from the road here to Bent Branch Meadows. The ranch has become a veritable institution of Gridania, so any threats to its continued operation are taken quite seriously by the wood whalers. Which reminds me, perhaps it was my imagination, but I believe I caught a glimpse of some shadowy fellow not too long ago. Would you mind passing word to Rosaline? I'd go myself, but it's hard enough marshalling the courage to walk the route for my shift. Yeah, no problem. I mean, by all accounts, Ninja's a great class. I just don't like it. Pretty clear example of coffee. Unlike Black Mage, which is just total garbage. A shadowy fellow. Well, they mentioned I may have seen something. I dismissed it as a trick of the light before, but I thought I saw a shadow in the forest to the north. Still, I suspected something more than a Kakiran thief on the run. If you must sate your curiosity, then by all means investigate. Should you actually find something of note, I would very much like to see it. Sure. While we're walking, let's answer some questions. What do we got here? Disco says, can you imagine being a Lalafell? Like, being that size and living your life like that is normal. No, I cannot. I'm not particularly tall. In fact, I wish I was taller. The idea of being, like, 3 feet tall is absolutely insane to me. I effectively cannot envision that. Zach Taft says, I wonder what you're looking forward to after the FF14 block. Honestly, I don't even remember what's after the FF14 block. I'm worried about Elden Ring. It's a Souls-like game, and I've only ever liked one of those ever. So, that's gonna suck. But, you know what? Whatever. We'll make do. Other than that, I don't know. You found something? Yes, I have. A leather bag. Remnants of a campfire and a forgotten bag. This could belong to any adventurer or traveler. And inside we have a chocobo, grooming brush, and roseling oil. But why would a traveler make camp here when it would be safer to beg the hospitality of the meadows? Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of looking forward to it and kind of not, and we'll see. We'll see. Bugger me. I think this belongs to the stranger meddling with the chocobos. Thank you, stranger. We have been lax in our duties, but no longer. I swear you, we will find this shadow. Probably not. It's hard to find someone who can teleport. Yes, Cashel. We cannot allow other sentries to dismiss similar sightings. They must know what we have learned. To that end, I've prepared a giant bird containing everything we know about our mysterious stranger. I need you to show it to my comrades throughout the Shroud. Once each sentry has committed details to memory, have them write their name at the bottom for confirmation. Start with Elmar, then find Bernard at the eastern gate, and they ought to relay to others. Finally, make sure Elgar sends it. Okay, got it. Done. Mr. Red says, what is your favorite and least favorite of the 3 vanilla city-states? Overall, my favorite is Ul'dah. I know that that's a weird one, and we haven't really talked about it yet, but Ul'dah would be just the worst place to actually live, or settle, or retire, or visit. But from a purely narrative perspective, from the perspective of enjoying a video game, it makes for some awesome storytelling. Least favorite is Gridania. While Gridania has its own issues, I find that the environmental storytelling of Gridania just isn't really as well done as it probably should be. Oh yeah, politics and economics. That's pretty much my thing. Here you go. Loke asks, oh, this is a while ago, is this an analogy to Rome or Persia? So I'm pretty sure Loke the Night Reaper is asking with regards to the Garleans. The Garleans are very, very, very heavily influenced by Rome, by Roman nomenclature, Roman military doctrine, Roman concept with regards to barbarians. Anyone who's not Roman sucks. You have to earn being Roman. Like, it's Rome. It's straight up Rome. That being said, there are some Persian influences there too, but it's usually mostly in specific individuals or legions rather than the Garleans as a whole. Eclectic asks, is the bot working now? Yes. They have the next best thing to spaceships, as does. But yes, the Garleans, I mean, we will talk a lot more about the Garleans later. They're not really relevant right now, so I'll save more of that discussion to later. Still an awesome suit of armor, but otherwise, yeah. Mind the birds. They get nervous around strangers. Oh, a shadowy stranger. You've already shown this. Excellent. Good, good. All that's left to inform the staff. You're quite the compassionate adventurer by the sound of it. Well, far be it from me to look at gift Chocobo in the mouth. I have need of a capable woman like yourself. Exactly, voice of authority. We have received a peddler at the gates the other day, an excitable Lalafell that was sweating and swearing he'd been attacked by large winged beasts. Yet other than the hornets, I know of no such flying creatures in the region. If there's truth to what he said, it might be problematic for other travelers. And if you find something, kindly tell Lothair to patrol his area sometime instead of just standing beneath the spire and staring at the road. In those words. Okay. Meanwhile, Bragan is being held up by a bunch of bombs. Which is very appropriate for Bragan. Rax says, like this! Oh, that was you showing Colin Blues how the bot works. That's good. What? No. So Colin Belusa says, Yoshi P has stated he plans on working on this game for the next 10 years. Would you prefer that he did that, or that he starts a new MMO that lacked the massive tech debt of FF14? So, there are two answers to that question. The first is in Ideal Land, which is over there, along with the Flying Butterfly Princess. And that answer is yes, abso-frickin-lutely. Oh yeah, Vulture Egg. Oh god! Vultures! Why are you attacking me? I was just killing your babies. I'm eating them. Delicious vulture babies. But yes, in a truly ideal world, and I mean this, I would love it if they just said, alright, so we finished Endwalker, we're done, we're making FF17, I don't care. We're making this new game with blackjack and hookers. Start from the ground up. Modern tech, modern sensibilities, modern design, and just make a new game, right? And even if it took them however many years to do that, I would love that. But of course, that ignores things like how much that would damage the brand and how much that would have problems with the marketing side of things. And they would have to get people invested in it. And they'd have to get the money people involved. And just blah, 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 blah. So that ignores all the realities of the situation. It's like this. People have been saying for years that there should just be a WoW 2. The problem there is everything. Because while they absolutely have the talent and the tech and the time in order to make WoW 2, doing so is going to be a massive financial hit. Some people are simply going to prefer WoW. Some people are not going to want to switch over. You have to have two MMOs going at the same time, even if one of them is in maintenance mode. And that still takes, the maintenance and server and all that fun stuff. So there's still work and effort and time involved in that. And the problem here is multiple MMOs have tried to make a sequel before. These include Asheron's Call and EverQuest. There is an EverQuest 2, and there's an Asheron's Call 2. Now, pause. I should probably mention that those games sucked. And that was the actual problem there. But ignoring that for a moment, the problem that both AC2 and EQ2 faced was trying to get people involved and invested and interested in blah, 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 blah. Now, I was just about to say there is actually another example of this which managed it, and that is Guild Wars 2. Now, the interesting thing here... Yeah, that's true. There also was an EverQuest 3. I actually played EverQuest next, by the way. It was garbage. Moving on. So, Guild Wars 2, what they did with Guild Wars 2 was actually brilliant. And I mean this. Guild Wars 2 was nothing like Guild Wars 1. It's a sequel. It follows very directly with the events of 1. I mean, Paolo and Joko is in Guild Wars 2, for God's sakes. But Guild Wars 2 was a very, very different game, and that was a good move, in my opinion. Because that way, Guild Wars 1, which is still going, by the way, it's still in maintenance mode. You can still play Guild Wars 1 and enjoy the whole game. If you prefer Guild Wars 1, it's still there. If you want something different, you go to 2. In short, they weren't really competing with themselves when they made 2 by making it into such a different MMO. And that was a good move. They also very verbally were trying not to compete with WoW at the time, which was also a good move. And if we're being honest, it's probably part of why Guild Wars 2 is still going. So, even if you take into account practicality and numbers and finances, I do actually still think it would be the better decision long term to make FF17 rather than continue with FF14. I don't think that's going to happen, though, because I want you to imagine the meeting, okay? Imagine Yoshi P walks in. Yeah, look at that back. God. Imagine Yoshi P walks into the meeting room with the money people at Square. I don't know who Square's money people are, but you know what I mean. So he walks in and says, hey, so, listen, we're doing really well. Endwalker is a success. We're done with that. Me and the team have been workshopping some ideas for FF17. And we've been wanting to do this and this and that and this. And we've been wanting to make this new MMO and branch out in a new direction. And I just want you to imagine the faces on the money people if they're like, you want to walk away from this cash cow, which is actually funneling money into the company at such a rate it's actually kind of silly. That was selling so successfully we had to actually prevent sales for a period of time. You want to walk away from that. Yeah, the most profitable Final Fantasy of our time. I'm sorry, what? Now, the problem is, hang on, a little bit of economics for you. I know you hate it when I talk about economics. This is why those money people are stupid. Because anyone will tell you, especially at a governmental level, at a national level, at a corporate level, you spend money when you're not doing well, and you hold back a little bit, and you take risks when you are doing well. I know that sounds like a strange way to phrase that, and I'm phrasing it terribly, so let me just put this in different terms. Now is the perfect time to take risks, because they have the cash cow, because they have this recent influx of money, because they are no longer running in the red. Right? This is the time to go ahead and take risks and to try something that might not succeed. For all of the many, many flaws that Nintendo has, this is something Nintendo tends to do fairly frequently, as they're like, all right, well, we've made money with this and this and that, and so they just branch out and do things, and about half of them suck. So in my opinion, if I was one of the money people at Square Enix, I would, if Yoshi P wanted to do this, I would be like, yes, absolutely. Let's go ahead and do it and start working on it. And let's not announce it until, we're close to it. And then the other money people will vote me down and say, no, we need to announce this today, even though it's not coming out for 5 years. And then I pull out Frostmourne and I just start murdering them in the face, and then we're all good. Perhaps we can omit this last detail from my official reports. I'd rather not give Hailgar further reason to be cross. Thank you for slaying the beasts. Yeah, you're welcome. I have another task for you. I need you to head to the hedge tree and speak with the hearer. Okay. That's also true of Voice of Authorita. And you're right. You're absolutely right. A very, very common problem is that the money people don't actually care about the business, they care about themselves. And on the one hand, I get that. But on the other hand, that is, in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons why so many corporations make dumb decisions. Because individuals profit from those dumb decisions, even if the company suffers. Right? It's like Don Crow says. Yes, what troubles you? Ah, yes, the boat. I'd quite forgotten. Oh, my task with the hedge tree is well and finished, but the elementals murmur of a malevolent presence in the vicinity of the Tamtara Deepcroft. I must abide a while longer that I might divine the source of the elementals. Please inform them I'll be late in arriving. Okay, I can do that. I am the wrong person to ask that, Magister. Greed has gradients, of course, but when I say the word greed, the type and the severity of greed I'm talking about legitimately doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't compute in my brain. That being said, Elder Scrolls 6, I don't know what they're going to do with that one, in all honesty. I will say this, and I've actually already predicted this and have since been proven correct about this, so called it. But the actual core development team at Bethesda have been pouring themselves hard into Starfield, and they've been doing that for years now. They've also been taking their time with it, and Lord knows they can afford to. So, Elder Scrolls 6 might be rushed, but I don't think Starfield will be rushed, for whatever that means. You bear a message, an evil presence. That does sound grave indeed. I shall organize a vessel for a later time then. Perhaps a bell from now? 2? Better make it 3 just to be safe. Thank you for your trouble. Oh, you're welcome. Might you assist me with another matter? A wagon that departed from Quarry Mill was overturned on the road when some large, ill-tempered forest beast chose that moment to defend its territory. By Nothica's grace, the driver escaped without serious injury, but the wagon's cargo was not so fortunate. And with none willing to risk another encounter with the creature, I can only assume the goods remained strewn across the ground where the incident occurred. Simply follow the road and go help it. Okay, you got it. Yeah, if Starfield fails, I guarantee you with total certainty that Elder Scrolls 6 will be rushed. If Starfield is a success, they might take their time with it. Camper asks, I noticed Papers, Please is not on the list or queue. It was in fact vetoed, you are correct. It's not too political, it's too depressing. It reminded me a little bit too much of some jobs I've had in real life that I don't want to remember. Papers, Please is a very well-constructed game, very well-designed game. But it is effectively playing a call center... no, that's not what that's called. A spam caller. Right? I can't even remember what that's freaking called. But when you call other people and try to spam them to get money out of them. And you're probably thinking, what does that have to... Cold caller, thank you. And you're probably, what does that have to do with that? Well, you're doing something horrible. That's your job. If you don't do well, your family and your livelihood suffer for that. So you can make other people suffer at your own expense, which you can only afford for so far. Or you could just kind of do your job and be part of the problem and make other people suffer. And that's not something I can deal with. So yes, Papers, Please is actually vetoed. It will never be on the list. Here's your cargo. Yeah, exactly. You have a wife and family. So sucks to be them. And that's exactly the point. It is every bit as hopeless and despairing and depressing as it sounds. And no thank you. I cannot deal with it. Lance, you must help me. I stepped out of the stables, but for a moment when I returned, it was gone. The egg. You're sure the Chocobo will lay it other? You don't understand. The egg is valuable. I must find it. But you will help me, Lance, won't you? Someone must have made off with it. There's no other explanation. I shall scour every ilm of the stable to make sure. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yes, I would also veto FF11. Absolutely. I only accept MMOs for review that I know well enough to be able to review. So any MMO that I don't know well enough would be vetoed by default. There's a man running towards Tamtara Deepcroft. Why would they pinch a Chocobo egg? Without proper learning, it's near impossible to get one to hatch. Would I veto this war of mine? We've actually streamed this war of mine. I'm not sure, though. I'd have to think about that. Chocobo's work making quite a racket earlier. So much so that I ran over to check on them, almost flattening a passing peddler in my haste. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, though. Can I describe the peddler? Oh, he was an Elizon. He was an elf. Didn't recognize his face. He seemed awfully twitchy. Oh, God! I don't think he? Why in the hell didn't I accost him? Yeah, FF11... I don't want to bash that game, because I don't think FF11 is a bad game, not like FF14 1.0 was. But FF11 is a game that I hated, even when I did play it back in the day. And nowadays, I mean, I'm sure it's better, but... Damn. Any odd characters about aside from yourself? Yeah, thanks, buddy. I did see someone calming the birds, but only from a distance. This is Rax pretending he's playing FF11 right here. Yeah, FF11 knows what kind of game it wants to be. And by God, it is. Yeah, FF11 would be a good game to stream if nobody was interested in watching the game I was streaming. Let's just put that as bluntly as we can. That could be no mistake. The egg was indeed stolen. Well, you've told me this was no simple robbery. That the culprit would take only Leia's egg and discard all the rest tells me we're dealing with someone who is versed in Chocobo breeding. I'm sorry to say the individual in question is likely a citizen of my native Ishgard. Leia, you see, is the bloodline of Uranus, one of the greatest birds ever to grace an Ishgardian stable. Many a man in my homeland would give his right arm to possess one of Leia's eggs. God, I should have foreseen this. We must give chase at once. Hold your chocobos! If this egg thief's from Ishgard, like you say, why do you go running towards the Tamtera Deepcroft? Unless I've got my mental map upside down, that's the opposite direction. Well, yes, but he may seek to lay a false trail of... the why of it isn't important. The egg is all that matters. I beg of you, hunt the scoundrel down. At least you aren't planning a chase after him yourself, wherever he's from. We may work wonders with our birds, Lance, but acts of daring-do ain't exactly our field. If you don't mind, we'll leave things to you. Okay. With luck, you may catch your thief on the road to the Tamtera Deepcroft, but do be careful. We cannot be certain he's working alone in this. Kikosmore asks a very obvious question. FF11 versus FF14 1.0. This means Kikosmore has not actually watched the 90-minute thing I did yesterday when I discussed and talked about everything that FF14 1.0 was in full and total detail. So, FF14 1.0, let me be very clear about this, is the worst video game I have ever played. Of any type, of any style, of anything. I spent 90 minutes explaining exactly, in detail, how bad that game was. I can do nothing else to summarize that. I would play FF11 10 times before I played FF14 1.0 once. Mr. Red says, what is the most perplexing British food sample? Fish and chips, mushy peas. Can't actually think of a British food off it. Wait, I've got it. Stew. I don't know. Help me out. What's a British food? Can't think of any all of a sudden. Beans on toast? That does sound pretty weird. Mutton? I don't think I've ever had mutton. Tiki masala is not British. Boiled meat sounds terrible, and I've never had haggis. Never had spotted dick. I don't think I've ever tried Marmite. A reminder of the Ferelden joke. Just put a bunch of ingredients in a pot and stir it until it's a nice gray sludge. And that's your food right there. This is a lot of enemies, wow. Eel pie. They do like their eels. Far too many enemies in here. Look at this. Okay. Oh, it's behind, isn't it? Right, I remember this. I remember this because I remember getting lost the last time I did this. Anyways, I don't know, Mr. Red. I can't think of British food. I'm not even sure I've had British food. Mr. Red asks, what's the most ridiculous, hilarious mountain in MMO? Probably the Black Chocobo, which I'll show off later if you want me to. Yep, there it is, right back there. Here's the... So Shishki sees, what do you mean by doing something horrible in Papers, Please? Border control patrol seems like a far from Cold Colors. Yeah, I don't see what could possibly be so horrible about being the person to tell desperate and poor refugees who are fleeing an oppressive regime that they have to go back and continue to suffer under that, while also calling the cops on them to make sure that they go to the gulag. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Anyways, Loke says, I don't know if you talked about this in your old videos of this game, or this will happen later, but why haven't the city-states had one of them get stronger and unify the others, or just unify naturally? We'll talk about that later. But that will come up, Loke. Why is there a Moogle here? Right. I'm in a party. Literally can't do quests in a party. Negatives to gameplay. Alright. I have caught you at last, you spiteful imp. Hand over the egg. You can't have it. This egg belongs to Luculot. Who in the bloody fury are you? All those sops at Bent Branch hired themselves an adventurer, did they? Yet another complication. This farce has gone on long enough. Kill the Moogle and the farmer's hireling, and bring me that damned egg. Help me, Kooplu. Kooplu. Classic Game Lover asked a question. Which Square game has the best soundtrack? What do y'all think? It said Square. I'm going to assume that means Square Enix, but... I'm actually thinking about that a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I have my answer to it. Yeah, there's a lot of great music. It's kind of hard to pick because there's a lot of good music in their library over the years. I mean, two of my favorite composers of all time have both worked for Square Enix. Thank you, Kupo. What's that, Kupo? How did I come out to be here? Well... this egg is Leia's. Leia's a very special chocobo, in case you didn't know. Anyways, I was having a nap in the stables when that nasty fellow crept in and tried to steal it, Kupo. So I snatched it as quickly as I could and made a run for it. I was planning to take it back to Brent Branch Meadows myself, but it might be safer if you did it. I'm sure Ul'dah will be happy to see you, Chocobo. The way I would probably narrow down selecting a best soundtrack is I would have to think of the games that have no songs I don't like in them. Because there's some soundtracks that are really, really good, but then they have some songs I really don't care for. Like Final Fantasy VIII is a good example of that. FF8 has some fantastic music. And then it has songs that are just, huh? That I would actively mute if I had the choice, right? So if I was to eject any game that has the mute song territory, Chrono Trigger would qualify, because there are actually a couple of songs I legitimately don't like in Chrono Trigger, for example. Same with a lot of games, actually. FF7 comes to mind as well. So that just leaves the games that have no songs that I dislike on them. That's a much smaller list. Yes, we have the egg. Here you go. Live this egg adventure. It's your only hope. Yes, it's the right color and the right weight. It's most definitely Leia's egg. I know not how to thank you. Money would be good. Got me worried for a bit there, Lance. Tis good to see you and the egg safe and sound. This is not Witcher 2, hazardous. So I was correct in my assumption the Ishgardian was involved, albeit not the one who did, in fact, make off with the egg. I could hardly have anticipated the intervention of a Moogle. It couldn't be the same one, could it? Might you have encountered our unlikely savior before, Keitha? Could be. One of them saved my hide when the calamity struck. I was in this part of the woods when what we now call the standard courses that day. Seemed like the whole forest was ablaze, and I couldn't see a yalm in front of me for the smoke. Nigh giving up hope I had. Then, all of a sudden, a Moogle appears out of nowhere, tugs at my smoldering sleeve, and leads me straight to a bit of the wood where the fire hadn't taken hold. At least now you know why the business is named Moogle's Gift Mounts. Seemed like the least I could do. I'd be dead if it wasn't for the plucky little bugger. Incredible. It may be that Moogle has stood vigil over us since that very day. Anyways, back to work. Wouldn't go to let our guardian angel down, would we? Lance, you have our thanks. I want to believe Ul'dah wants to give you something for your troubles. Leia's egg is irreplaceable. I cannot express to you the depth of my gratitude. And yet I find that I am troubled. While this whole regrettable episode unfolded, I bore witness to a sight that greatly troubled me. It concerned me, actually. And that sight would be... a wind-up move. No, it's Mr. Red! Da-da-da-da! I don't know, Colin Peluso. Does anybody have an answer for Colin Peluso's question? My thanks for your kindness earlier. I hate to impose again, but I have need of your assistance. Of late I've noticed the XIV dirigibles have been appearing over the Twelveswood with increasing regularity. The frequency, however, does not bother me so much as where they fly, the patch of sky directly above the Guardian Tree. This tree is a sacred site, or so I was given to believe when I first came to Gridania, and thus I naturally assumed the elementals would not suffer the Ixal to profane it. Yet the birdmen have been coming and going as they please with nary a sign of protest from the guardians of the Twelveswood. And it was that which set me to thinking. Ever since the appearance of the much-talked-about suspicious individual, many and more strange things have been occurring in the forest. Could it be he did something to the elementals? In case it proved useful, I have committed the details of my sightings to parchment, and would you deliver it to the Mother Moon? Yeah, you got it. Hazardous asks, why does everyone keep asking you questions? So I sit down and immediately have to blow my nose. I didn't see it, Epic. Let me check. Let me see if it went through. It did go through. I must have missed it. I apologize. Thank you very, very much, Epic. Forgive me for not bowing fully. I'm still kind of fighting off the outer edges of a migraine. I hope you enjoy the run. I gotta be honest, even though I feel like crap, I have actually been enjoying going through FF14 and discussing it and talking about it and the world building and the game design and all that. This is a run I've been looking forward to for years. Pretty much ever since we first did our proof of concept back in Tor, I've been wanting to do an FF14 review. So, yeah. Yay! I hope you all have been enjoying. I really do. I really, really do. I'll put that towards Kingdom Hearts. Thank you. Oh my god, Rex is dead! It's all the spam that killed him. All the graphic spam. Oh, that's a cool coat. What was that? Well, she's taken apparently. Still a cool coat. Yeah, sorry for not noticing it, Epic. It's probably just me. My ability to pay attention is not as great as it usually is. Interesting outfit. Maverick the Tank Runner. What is that suit, Maverick? It's rare you just see armor in this game. Anyways, hey! Here's a letter. I haven't the slightest inkling what this could be about. Gods be good. I have a mission for you, lads. Suffice it to say, it is urgent. It may also prove dangerous, so you must be prepared. Okay. I've been thinking about this a lot with regards to the whole, you know, which one is best. And I think I have an answer. I swear I'm not picking this because of the cliched reason, but I think I'm going to go with Final Fantasy VI. FF6 is one of... I only came up with 5 games, roughly, that I don't... that I have no songs that I don't like in them. And... I don't know what else to say to that. FF6 is a freaking masterpiece in terms of its soundtrack. What's funny is I didn't used to think that. I used to put FF4 as my favorite soundtrack. And then I thought about it and actually compared the songs side by side and realized that that's actually not true. Let's see here. 8 is as high as they go? Yeah, it looks like 8. Whatever, it's better. And yeah, I suppose it is the predictable answer, but honestly, I don't care. You know? I mean, one of the things that I find that people suffer from, and I myself used to have this problem, is too much of a desire to not be normal or to pick the unusual thing, right? To not be typical, because people will make fun of you for it, like Robostal just did, just straight up made fun of me for picking that just because, oh, you're so predictable, and that's an insult, right? And so those kind of cliched things and people trying to avoid those, in my opinion, is actually a bad thing, because it'll lead you to designing things you shouldn't, or making things you wouldn't, or writing things you wouldn't, just because they're cliche and you're trying to avoid the cliche, as opposed to just writing a good story, or just being honest about your opinion, or whatever, right? How many times have you seen a writer sit down and write something, and then they write something that's just kind of crap, specifically because of the fact that they wanted to avoid the cliched story, and so they made a bad story because they were trying to make an unexpected story, or, oh, I don't know, a subverts your expectation story, to use a phrase that's been tossed around a lot lately. Yeah, exactly, voice of authority. And I would rather be cliched and typical and boring and good and actually giving the correct answer rather than, making up something just to seem like I'm being more indie. I got a comment way back in the day. This was forever ago. You remember when I did that top 31 games thing, which is incredibly out of date and no longer valid? Remember that? Well, I got a comment on that video. And what it said was, gosh, Lore, all of these are just the same games that everyone else picks. This is such a cliched list. I was expecting something more from you, not the best games everyone else has already picked as the best games from the 90s thing. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just, you look at that kind of crap, let's call it what it is, and it's just such a bad attitude. It encourages people to not be honest in favor of fitting in more. Yeah, I know, it's weird, Rax. Yeah, my favorite episode of Star Trek The Next Generation is Best of Both Worlds, Part 1. That's true. I didn't used to say that, but that is true, especially after going through them with analysis mode on. And obviously Dakota has a point. That's presuming cliches are good. Well, that's also not true. If you presume cliches are good, then you're also wrong. If you presume that cliches are not good, then you're wrong. Good is good. That's my point. Whether it's a cliche or not, whether it's normal or not, whether it's indie or not, whether it's... What's the frickin' word? There's a word I'm looking for here. Whether it's snowflakey or not, that's not the word I'm looking for. Doesn't matter. It's whether or not it's good that matters. I don't actually like Queen that much. And no, it's Who Wants to Live Forever. Yeah, like whether or not it fits the mold, whether or not you... There's a term for that. Hipster, that's the word I was looking for. Way too many people lean towards the hipster mentality. And I don't think they even do it deliberately. It's because so many people will, like Robostall just did, make fun of you for it. They'll mock you and deride you. And even if they mean it jokingly, there's still that kind of a little bit of social injury, a little bit of emotional damage done because of the fact that you went with the cliched option, or because, oh yeah, of course you would think that, or of course someone who isn't really a fan of the band would pick Bohemian Rhapsody is their favorite song. But anyone who's really a fan of Queen would pick insert other option here. Crap like that, right? It is an extraordinarily common thing when it comes to human interaction, that we all just kind of have that hipster gene that we push onto each other. And I've spent a lot of my life trying to just ignore it and just be honest with my own opinions. Based on Lecote's observations, the Ixal have designs on the Guardian tree, and they mean to act soon. Hey, it's these two twins in the background. I've been bullied for liking FF7 recently, Valvatrix. This tree is the oldest living thing in the ancient forest, and it's held sacred by every firstborn Gridanian. Should it come to any harm, the elementals would fly into a rage beyond pacifying. I dread to think of the chaos that would ensue. There isn't much time. We must act quickly. Please see this letter to the hands of Bow Lord Lewin at the seat of the first bow in the quiver's hold. Should the need arise, pray put yourself wholly at the man's disposal. I strongly suspect he will need all the able-bodied souls he can muster. That is true, Mike Romano. But that's still being honest to yourself, which is the point. Which, again, is making my point for me. But yeah, I've been bullied for liking FF6. I've been bullied for liking FF7. I've been bullied for thinking Wrath of Khan is one of the best movies I've ever seen. I've been bullied for speaking well about Lord of the Rings trilogy. I've been bullied about saying Nobuo Uematsu is a fantastic composer. I've been bullied for liking Star Trek. And Star Trek Next Generation, specifically. And so forth and so on. I've heard the list, to be blunt. Also, I have no idea what you're talking about, Gum Gum. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Like, you're saying that like you're making some big point against me, but I have no idea what you're talking about. So help me out here. Unless you're a hipster! I knew it! Gum Gum was always a hipster. It makes sense. I'm joking. I'm joking. An urgent message from Mother Mion. Very well, you may enter. Being a hipster is easy. All you have to do is like music, and then pretend you don't like any music. Change the topic as it sees fit. Oh yes, video games were so much better back in the day. Oh yes, movies were so much better. I haven't enjoyed a movie since this one classic from the 50s. There you go. Hipster. Done. Lance Runner. That's me. Mion has information on the Ixal. Speak freely. Explain. Matron forfend. They mean to defile the Guardian Tree? Empire Strikes Back ruined Star Wars. Oh, man. Before Nafika, I swear those filthy birdmen will not touch it. Nay, not so much as a single leaf. 12, help me. How can it be neither the Wood Whalers nor the God's Quiver caught wind of this? I cannot help but think this plot bears the mark of the masked devil who has eluded us for so long. We must be wary. This incursion may be more than it seems. Ah, would that the warriors of light were still with us. But this is no time for such idle thoughts. I thank you for delivering this message. You may assure me on I will dispatch a unit of my best men to investigate... My lord! You know what? I like this outfit better than the last one. It's the Ixal, sir. The Ixal have massed at the Guardian Tree. Already? Bloody hells! Lads, Mune believes you capable, and I can think of no better judge than she. Lend us your strength! Okay. The headband helps, I think. But yes, people have actually thought that, look. And I've also heard Bragwin's comment before. Now, anybody who knows me knows that I am extremely against that. Lore runner. What in the world are you doing? But yeah, no, the very idea of people... Hi, Umbral Magnus. I have actually legitimately heard the opinion several times of, you know, oh, video games were better before they had story. Video games are better without story. Video games are pure without story, blah, 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 blah. What? Then again, I've also heard that Final Fantasy VI, specifically FF6, isn't actually a video game. Where is this? Nope, that's where I thought. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I'm not even talking about the nonsense quote about, you know, story, video game porn, etc. Which we've actually discussed and absolutely dissected of how stupid it is. That's true. It's not a wrong opinion, Mess. It's just an incredibly stupid one. God. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. Point being, even though you will make fun of me for it, I do still think Final Fantasy VI is probably my favorite Square Enix soundtrack. There's a few others that are very high up there. FF7, FF8. I would also put FF4 very high up there. And Chrono Trigger, I would put very high up there. Kingdom Hearts 3, I would put very high up there. As well as Kingdom Hearts 2. And Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Most of the ones that are definitively done by Mitsuda, Ross. I really don't like Mitsuda as a composer. I never have. Oh, Marlboros. We're just going to avoid those. Wow, that hurt a lot. Why is there a level... Why are these level 30 mobs? Why are level 30 mobs here? What? Okay, I was actually already going to complain about how the Gridania area and early quests weren't as well designed as the Limsa Laminsa ones on a gameplay axis, but why are there level 30 mobs here? Oh, I see why. You know what? I'm going to stand by my statement that this is not as well designed. That is the third time that I have gone a way that looks very clearly like the way forward, and actually isn't, because instead you're in the higher level area. And yeah, I wasn't even going to get into the Archer quest, which we will, of course, talk about later. Yeah, down it's level 14. That's a little bit more like what I was expecting. Jesus Christ. Okay. Like, Limsa Laminsa's quests were at least well designed from a gameplay axis. This are... Hang on, let me jot something down here. Get rid of... Questions. Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. So now I need to leave group, because of course I do. It's gonna happen a lot. We must stop them, no matter the cost. And yeah, I don't like Chrono Cross's OST, or Xenogears. Same composer. Oh, mournful voice of creation. Oh, mournful voice of time. Attend me all. To this forest Tinokla belongs. Wisdoms of Paragon we possess. To our former glory restore us it will. From this tree a great crystal we take. Unto Garuda an offering we shall make. Unfeathered ones and elementals banish we all. Our ancient home reclaim we will. So yeah, instead of dealing with pirates, we're dealing with beast tribes, Ixals. Although, as usual, not all the Ixals are bad. Just the ones enslaved by Garuda. It's actually appropriate that I'm playing a Lancer for this quest, just occurred to me. I guess you kind of have to. That or an Archer. Yes, every Archer, come down here and stop being up top with your advantage. Seriously, why didn't the Archers stay up? Okay, whatever. Listen, nobody actually plays White Mage. We all know this. In all honesty, I think Carmack has not changed his mind on that. Mostly because every interview and interaction with him after that has reconfirmed that point. In fact, I mentioned this when we were talking about Doom. When they were remaking Doom into Doom 4, he left the team because he was against what they were doing with it. Honestly, do I need to add anything to that? That's not a question, Mr. Red, but that's very strange. I mean, Carmack is still a talented developer. I will never gainsay that, but the man's an idiot, is all I'm saying. If I can call Miyamoto an idiot, I can call Carmack an idiot. I know, right, Rax? It's ridiculous. Okay, you're dying over here. Let's go ahead and save your life real quick. You're dealing with just one. What is a special MMO party trick, Mr. Red? That's a good question, Umbral Magnus. I don't know. Oh, I don't have one. That would explain your earlier comment. Yeah, let me use my limit break here really quick. jump out of the way here. Impressive work, adventurer. The Bowlord bids you hold this position. Enemies may yet lurk near, so stay on your guard. We go to bolster the left flank where the battle yet rages. The source of her strength becomes clear. I think this is actually the exact same dialogue as the other dude back in Limbs of Lamensa. Yep. We did actually fight a golem in this timeline, yeah. It was in the Tamtara Deepcroft entrance. Or no, it wasn't. It was over by the place where they were going to offer the place back to the elementals. I can't remember the name of the place. But yeah, no, we actually fought a golem here, too. We'll probably fight a golem in the Ul'dah storyline, if I were to guess. Hey, son of Sanguinius. I am currently sick, but I am doing as well as I can. Thank you for asking. So, Shishki asks, does the Extant still have a Pokemon equivalent now that I've removed all connection to other works? I haven't decided yet. I would love to introduce something like Pokemon. I haven't decided, though. That's the answer there. That being said, let's assume Pokemon do exist. The way that Pokemon function, if they were to encounter someone who was a Desolate, I think that Pokemon would be able to effectively ignore Desolation because of their own nature as being semi-elemental creatures that are... well, elemental's the wrong word. Because of them being positivity creatures, they'll be able to avoid the usual elemental wrongness of a Desolate. Oh, hi, Ida. And Papa Lima, I guess. Loke asks, what are the other games? Oh, the other games that had... of course, now I gotta remember. What were the other games? I mean, that sounds really cool to me, Umbral Magnus. But I think they could do a lot more with Pokemon than they have. A lot. I mean, that makes sense, Dakota. Fate joined! And cutscene. Same dialogue. Aragons. That's what I heard. Bringers of Chaos. Or Asians, to give them their proper name. They were the ones doing the manipulating. It's okay, we got this. This is the one who's doing everything, yada yada yada. It's good to know what we're up against. By the way, you know what I hate most about Ida? Her shorts. I hesitate to call those shorts, actually, but, like, whatever those are. I actually think it's supposed to be her shirt down, like, continuing down below her her belt, but I don't think the engine can actually support that, really, so instead it's just, like, a painted-on short texture on her legs. Anyways, trust me when I tell you it's almost never our fault. Despite what it looks like, Papalim and I are helping the Gridanians, and we've been doing so for a good years too. But I mentioned we're not from around here. Why, yes, we are Charlayans. How'd you know? Neck tattoos. So I wasn't mistaken. Mistaken about what? Nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, you always do that! Mumble something loaded with meaning only to keep it to yourself when someone asks. It's unfair! It's especially unfair when that someone is me. Oh, do calm down. I'll tell you later. I bet you won't. Anyways, all this well does end well. Ends well. Right. We best be on our way. See you later. One of them, Loke, if you're still there, was Secret of Mana. One of them was the Trials... Oh my god! One of them was the Trials of Mana. This is very appropriate music for what I'm seeing right now. One was the Trials of Mana remake. The recent one. No, I didn't, Colin Palooza. It's almost like you didn't put it in the question block. But I didn't see it at all, legitimately. So, Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana Remake, Final Fantasy VI. I can't think of the others. I know there were two others I came up with, which were games that... there were no songs I disliked, and I can't think of them for some reason. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, I can't remember them right now. I came up with a few. But I mean, like, Secret of Mana has a great soundtrack, but compare Secret of Mana to FF6, for God's sakes, you know? Anyways. Mr. Red says, did it take you more than one playthrough to realize FF6 was your favorite game of all time? Oh, yeah. So I actually have a system. This applies to everything. I effectively can't call something my favorite until I've gone through it at least a couple of times. I think I've mentioned that before when it comes to the requirements for the Zero playlist for music. Awaited your return. Thank you for helping us with the Guardian Tree. Not only did you put the invading Ixal to rout, you confronted the masked mage and his fell minion, the and emerged the victor. I have good men and women under me, none of whom give me cause for complaint, but you, Lance, are a class apart. Your strength, your determination, your heart. You have all the makings of a great adventurer. Mion is seldom mistaken in her appraisals, and she is plainly not mistaken now. Gridania is stronger for your presence. I hope you will be fine when I delete myself in a minute here. What's more, I thank you.
Elder Seedseer, my lady.
I am come to express my gratitude for your valiant efforts before the Guardian Tree. I am informed that an adventurer of singular talent now walks amongst us. You are she, are you not? My name is Kan-e Senna, and it is my solemn charge to watch over all who call Gridania home. Well met and welcome to our fair nation. It was your valor that won us the day, I believe. On behalf of all Gridanians, I offer you my humblest thanks. This gift I present to you as a small token of my gratitude. I hope that you will ever remain a friend to Gridania. Green Bliss is coming. It is an age-old ceremony to renew the bond between man and elemental. Over the centuries, it has blossomed into a joyous festival encompassing Gridanians from every walk of life. I should be most gratified if you would participate in the ceremony as emissary.
Oh, such a great honor.
I look forward to seeing you on that most joyous of days. Till then, fare you well. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
I like it, though. They're doing this big old, ritualistic ceremony in Gridania. What was Limsa Lamensis? Oh yeah, let's have a feast. Let's go to the fete. FM Aylward asks, how many times so far do you think you have said something and people wanted to reply with Endwalker spoilers, but couldn't? I'm pretty sure that's happened at least a few times. None in Gridania can doubt your worth, but to receive such praise from the Elder Seedseer herself. And nor is that the half of it. She chose you to play the role of emissary. You, an outsider! Do you have any idea what this means? Yes, I am the PC. But of course you don't. You're not a forest-born, which is rather the point. Mistake me not. I think you're worthy, but your selection is all but unprecedented. And I'll wager you have not the faintest inkling of what is required of you. There are preparations the emissary must needs complete ahead of time. I suggest you consult Mew. Okay. So far, I have received exactly one spoiler from Endwalker. Now, I am actually upset about that. I am not happy about that spoiler. But I will obviously not even say what it is. And I will mention it when it happens, whenever it happens, because I'm not sure when it happens in the story. Yeah, that was a while ago, too. It was one of the first things I learned about Endwalker, and I was just like, oh! Cool. But I have thus far been successful in avoiding other spoilers. Umbral Magma says, if you could play as one beast tribe, what would it be? And why is it Moogles? So, what would you pick? Everyone in chat. You can make one of the beast tribes playable. Dwarves are technically playable. Next thing you'll be telling me you're one of the Warriors of Light, back from half a decade-long holiday. Well, let's speak of preparations. As you doubtless already know, Green Bliss is an age-old ceremony for strengthening the bond between man and elemental. These days, though, the name also refers to the festival at large. In the ceremony, the emissary serves as a conduit, a bridge between people and the guardians of the 12 Woods. Suffice to say, it is no small responsibility, nor does the Elder Seedseer choose mankind's representatives on a whim. Seldom in history have non-Forestborn been chosen for the role, which should give you an idea of the magnitude and the honor being accorded you. For your part, you are required to wear a ceremony artifact. Go to the Carpenter's Guild. Okay, do it. Now, I hate to give the typical answer, the cliched answer, but I actually do think I would pick Moogles. Now, you're probably thinking, Lore, you're dumb and stupid, and okay, yeah. But how many of you turn Mog in FF6 into a Dragoon? Now that's where I mentioned that because that's where that idea came from for me. And the idea of a Moogle Dragoon has actually appealed to me several times, and I've considered it in a more serious sense in several games hence. And the idea of having Moogles being able to be several classes is certainly feasible. After all, we kind of see that during the Good King Mong fight, right? So I just think it fits. I think there's plenty of ways that could work, and you could just kind of float around and be cool and have your armor and just... I think it would fit pretty well. Also, if I might be blunt, part of my reasoning here is because, practically speaking, making Moogles playable would be a lot less effort than almost every other race. Because there's so little you need to actually add with regards to movement, just animations for moving around like this, because they're just hovering around in the air. And there's very little you have to do with regards to setting up their gear, because they can't even wear a full suit of gear. So you just, have the helmet and maybe, like, the weapon, and that's probably it. And yeah, Mughals already have a large amount of animations already built into the game, right? Like, this is the same discussions we've had over in WoW with regards to new races in WoW. Most of the rigging is already done for Mughals, just like ogres, for example. So, it would be the least amount of additional work to make Mughals work. Would I roll one? No, I'm quite happy with my Elizon, but I would pick Mughals. So you are the emissary to be. Mion sent word that you would be coming to collect the ceremonial artifact. The good news is it's ready. Painstakingly crafted by these very hands from the rarest of materials. Take it along with this warning. Get a scratch on this thing and I shall make an unceremonial artifact out of you. Damn! Oh, I lost it. Sorry. My bee. Nightborn are legit. I actually agree with that. I hope to level mine someday. But anyways. I'm not sure if I would have a runner-up as far as beast tribes I make playable. I admit there's an appeal to the Ixal, but god, that would be insane to do. Like that, to contrast, that would be a lot of work to do. This is by far the finest Manoa mask I've ever laid eyes upon. The Timber Master has truly outdone himself this time. In case he didn't mention, the mask is crafted from consecrated lumber, rendered up by the guardian tree, solely for the use in the ceremony. In other words, it is priceless. Mother bids you handle it with care. It's not a nice pair of shoes, that's for certain. Alright, so hang on. Let's put on the mask. And nothing else. We're going to keep our trend going here of dressing accordingly to these very fancy fates. There we go. Now that you have the Manoa mask, all that's left is participate in the ceremony. Perchance you are feeling nervous, but never fear. Despite all the pomp surrounding the role, there's really nothing to being emissary. All you're required to do is wear the mask, stand up straight, and look dignified. I look dignified. The more involved aspects of the proceedings will be handled by others. Simple, no? The ceremony will be held at Miketo's amphitheater. When you are ready, make yourself known there. Oh, make sure you wear the mask. Yep. I've actually thought about that a lot, Serani. So, I've talked before about how I want to make my my own MMO someday. I've actually mentioned this already in the Discord, so some of you, this is going to sound like a repeat. Because it is. I would implement an idea where there's only really one playable race. Now, you're probably thinking, Lord, you're dumb and stupid! And I'm like, yes, but that has nothing to do with what I'm saying right now. What I would do is I will implement a series of modular cosmetic systems. So, imagine for a moment that you're just this race, right? Okay, that's a little too close for comfort, but whatever. Imagine those ears are something you can add to your features. Or maybe you can make it so that you have like a tattoo that hovers over your armor. So even if you're equipped with armor, you could still see the tattoo hovering there. Or maybe you make it so you have a certain set of wings. Or maybe you make it so you have some horns, which you can mix and match in different spots. And there would be spots where you could adhere these things to, right? And you could customize your character via those. Now you're probably thinking, Laura, that sounds like a lot of work for no benefit. Well, actually, this would be enormously less work than making a new race. Remember, every new race that's added to any kind of MMO, they have to map all the armor and all the weapons to the new race. Think about WoW for just a second. This applies more in WoW than FF14, but it still applies in both. Think about adding a new race to WoW now. Think about all the armor across Vanilla, BC, Wrath, Kata, Pandaria, Warlords, Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. 9 expansions worth of gear that has to be custom mapped and custom meshed to the new models every single time they add a new race. It is an inordinate amount of work, and it gets worse the longer an MMO goes on. It's one of the reasons so many MMOs get to the point of just being like, no, we're done. Like WoW has done with the allied races, and FF14 has flat out said they're not adding new races, right? it makes sense. It is such a stupid amount of work to do that they have to do anytime they add a new group. So, in my MMO, there would be no new races. There would just be the one. And we would add new ways to do cosmetics or customs or whatever. And I admit part of this idea came from Guild Wars 2, which also suffers from this problem. But in Guild Wars 2's case, there's certain things you can get which unlock glows or visual effects. Sometimes you'll have orbs orbiting around you. All sorts of things that aren't actually part of your mesh and therefore don't have to be custom crafted for your race. So customization that has nothing to do with your race and therefore can bypass that problem. Yeah, you get the idea. So, right? Either way, that's why I would go that direction with it. Anyways, I am the emissary. Get this weird music playing. I guess this is the event area, which this is a good time to bring that up after we do this cutscene. Don't let me forget.
Look! The Ul'dah Seer.
12 bless her heart!
Chocobo. I was actually curious if they'd be there, Rex.
May she find favor with the elementals. This radiance. Could it be a crystal of light? Tell me true, has the Mother Crystal revealed herself to you? Did you bask in her light? Have you, perchance, experienced sensations akin to ether sickness of late? That Hydaelyn would speak directly to this woman. There once were dauntless adventurers who fought in the name of Eorzea.
I mean, I did it for my character in Limsa Lominsa. I'm going to do it again in Ul'dah when we get there.
When the primals threatened to bleed the land dry, these brave men and women rose to face them. When the Garlean Empire resumed its war of conquest, they rushed to the realm's defense. And when it was foretold that Dalamud would fall, they fought with all their strength to deliver us from certain doom. Yet as strong and as brave as they were, they, like so many, disappeared amidst the flames at Cartano. None have forgotten the heroes who gave all for the sake of a realm not their own. Yet when we try to recall their names, we find the pages of our memories are blank, as if bleached by the sun. And when we try to recall their faces, we see them only in silhouette, as if they stood betwixt us and a blinding glare. Hence have these heroes come to be known as the Warriors of Light. Beholding you, illuminated by the glow of the crystal, I could not help but be reminded of them. The crystal has chosen you for a purpose. Trust to its guiding light, and all shall be revealed to you in good time. Though none can say for certain what the future will bring, it is my belief that you may yet play a telling role in the tale of this great realm. For the power of the echo resides within you.
Now, I believe this is exactly the same cutscene. So we're just going to do that. Yep. So, okay. That actually also confirms something else I thought, too. That's good to know, though. So, we passed out, oh no, but then we're woken up here. Yay. In other words, we skipped both cutscenes. And that's something that actually kind of irritates me. This goes back to Kingdom Hearts 2, was the first time I saw that. When you skip a cutscene, you don't skip that cutscene, you skip all the cutscenes until you're out of cutscene land, right? And that kind of sucks. I would rather just skip the next cutscene, you know? Yeah, I do like that they have the ability to rewatch stuff at the end. That is a nice thing. We're not going to do that because, like I said, it's just, you're still here, you're awake. I thought that was a good place to test that. And I was right. So, Helen Peluso asks a valid question. Does this game get a negative for music direction? Yes. Now, I'm not sure how many negatives it gets for music direction, but there's an excessive overusage of generic songs in this game. You know what I'm talking about, right? Think about the generic Danger music and how often it plays. Or the generic Ascian song. Or the vaguely ephemeral song that plays every time we talk to one of the frickin' Dons. Whatever, right? You know what I mean by that. It likes to use the same damn songs for a lot of cutscenes. Now, by memory, that's mostly an ARR. So we'll see how bad that is going forwards. But that is, nevertheless, probably going to be at least one negative. Possibly per expansion. We'll see. Thank you, Croatia. As always. Yeah, the Garlean theme. That one's way over yours. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Anyways. You got it, Croatia. Thank you. Again, as always. So yeah, there will probably be a negative for music direction. Lance Runner, I bid you welcome, my lady. The elder seats here left word. In we go. Zach Taff says, not sure if you'd like this moment from Marvel's Avengers. If was in Endgame, Steve get his shield back and he looks at it and says, hey there, old friend. No, I can see that. Yes, I'm recovered. I hope you will not doubt the earnestness of my concern, but I would ask a favor of you, nor can I deny I summoned you here with that part in mind. No, however, I proceed only upon the understanding that you are rested well. Yeah, I'm fine. So, we're actually done. This character is now done. She now sends us to be an envoy to the places, and frankly, 5,000 gil is not worth salvaging. Be gone. Yes, next we'll be doing Ul'dah. And we'll be playing our main for the rest of the game. So Rax earlier posited a what if of if we just kind of, when it comes to the Warriors of Light, if they just went away after this. I mean, obviously the realm would be destroyed, but the question is who would destroy it with what and why? Yes, the run will speed up substantially now that we have, you know, things like a mount and our level death. Why did we strip naked? Because we... Okay. So apparently nobody gets the joke. So there's an old joke. This goes back to when ARR first came out. That all they actually care about is you having the one specific piece of gear on. So we only put on that one piece of gear when it was doing the Ul'dah quests. So when we actually hit up Limsa Laminsa, I was like, oh, you know what? They want me to have the boots on. So I took off everything other than the boots. And it was nice and funny. So we're repeating the joke. That's all. So don't worry, you're going to see the Elizon very naked soon. Wait, who's this strange and insane person? I wouldn't worry about it. Now, I thought I did this. Yes, I couldn't actually remember what it is for Ul'dah, but I remember it was a non-thing. Where is it? There it is. That's what I thought. I knew it, Zira. Secretly hiding. Sure. Then I'll be able to find this option very quickly. It'll be very, very quick. No issues. No problems. Definitely going to find this option. It's going to be there. It's going to be awesome, you guys. It's going to be so great. I'm going to find what I'm looking for. It'll be the bestest. I'm actually starting to think it literally won't be here. I'm looking for the key binding for the New Game Plus window. I'm going to be using it a lot over the next few days. I'd like to just be able to hit a button rather than remembering which of these things it is and manually clicking it every time. I even have a button picked out. I just don't remember or can't find the option for it. Aha! Found it. It's under shortcuts. Of course it's under shortcuts. Why wouldn't it be? I've given that negative, right? Yep. Cool. Hang on. Yep, okay. You know, if someone's painting me, very important. Was it? I lost it already. There it is. Yes. There we go. Okay. I am not that dusty, Rex. So this is our house. I'll go and show it off briefly. Because this is a good time as any to kind of do a little bit of cleanup before we do Ul'dah. Get rid of all that crap. So, housing. So we need to decide how we think of housing and what we think of housing from a review perspective. So if we do have a house, it's even in a good position. It's right next to the market board, which is the best position possible. We actually own this to Eric, who actually got us that house, but then we got this one instead. They're expensive, and they're rare, and they cause server load issues. So that's already several problems there. You can customize them reasonably well. Most of the stuff you're seeing out here is customization stuff. So that's cool. Target dummies are actually quite useful, and one of the few times I can play a quest at max level. And setting up my hotkeys and whatnot. Inside has the music player, obviously, and more customization stuff. And apparently we're fighting Titan, I think? But of course we have the Crystal Tower, naturally. I don't know. What are we thinking? Like, okay, so we gotta have Amaric, obviously. He's just the legit. Also, I don't know who this guy is, but eh. We've got voice acting, so we're gonna leave immediately. I feel like this is probably only one positive territory. The limitation of housing, which I know it's a server issue, but it's still limited, is something that does restrict these. And they are boosted by the fact that they do have practical use in addition to cosmetic use. But other than that, it's a fairly typical thing where you've got slots, you put cosmetics on those slots, that's your house, right? There is also the personal room, which I've never gotten because I kept waiting for us to get our other house to do that, so I've never actually done. Yeah, WildStar would be a multiple positive for housing because that game was bonkers with what it would let you do. To continue to use a parallel. Apparently you keep your room when you move. I didn't actually know that. We've got a nice outdoor... This is apparently a diner? This house is a diner here. This is an interesting one. I don't think I have any housing items whatsoever on myself. I've never gathered any. No, Giga Pudding was so good. But yeah, no, there are... This is yet another reason why I mentioned that I personally would prefer it if they just made a new game. A lot of the limitations of housing are, from what I understand, limitations of tech. Like, there's just so much they can't do with it, right? And this is also why they just don't do servering, instance servering when it comes to houses, right? So that's its own issue, its own related problem. We didn't actually cover housing in Tor yet, Magister. So, I don't know, is the correct answer to that one. So it's a nice place, and it's a nice system. You can get vendors, you can get the striking dummy. You can do Chocobo stuff, which I've never actually done. You can grow stuff, which I've never actually done. I've been playing this game for years. There's still portions of it I just have never actually touched. So yeah, I feel like at least one positive is definitely deserved. I'm just not sure it goes past one positive. No, Raskar. Housing existing at all is not a positive. I mean, Asheron's Call wouldn't get a positive for housing, for example. Lotro probably would. We already talked about the market board. We already talked about that. So one thing I do like is this system right here. The gear list, the gear sets. This is actually all my stuff in the right over here, if you're seeing. The ability to just hit a button and immediately change a gear set is actually extraordinarily helpful. Something that isn't a crafter. There you go. This is actually an awesome system. And also, it's funny. I find myself wondering if part of the reason that you can just hit a button and completely change all your equipment and class is a direct response to the fact that FF14 1.0 was so incredibly limited when it came to that, right? We actually talked about that yesterday. So yeah, the fact that you can just be a Reaper and be in your Reaper suit right there. There's the Warrior, there's the Dark Knight, and there's the Paladin. They all look the same because they're all wearing the same gear right now. You know, all this stuff, right? Yeah, somebody has... There we go. Here's a unique suit. There goes my Bard. So I think the quality of life feature of being able to have the gear set list is definitely worth it, especially since it helps with the very idea of one character, all the stuff, right? You don't really need alts. In fact, I would actually go so far as to say that this game is alt-unfriendly. And this game is not designed around alt. This game is designed around you playing one character who does everything. That's ignoring the fact that your one character in lore can change classes. I mean, that actually happens during the freaking Shadowbringers video, walking into it, right? Oh yeah, where's my Dragoon? I gotta show off what a real Dragoon looks like. Where's Dragoon? There it is. This is Dragoon armor. I'm actually not joking. I mean, but no. I really love this particular Dragoon suit right here. And the Ginta there. I know it's hard to see because it's dark out, but whatever. So let's see, it's called Gear Set List. Yeah, I leave performance sound off because I'm not stupid, and I'm streaming. But yes, I love the Naginta here. This thing is fantastic. Yeah, no offense, Zira. I'm sure you're fine, but I mean, imagine just roaming around the towns and someone starts playing something, and you get the idea. In my experience, the performance music is more spammy than anything else. And of course, there's also copyright issues and just, yeah. Yeah, I've heard Megalovania too. A very terrible rendition of Megalovania, if I might be so bold. Anyway, so let's update the HUD a little bit. You can tell I'm being very unfair to this game because we're already up to 21 pluses to gameplay in ARR. We're down to 13 negatives, that's whatever. I haven't codified a lot of the story stuff. Oh, excuse me. I've been thinking about the Gridania story arc, and I think I'm going to be nice and... Yes, Maverick. I think I'm going to be nice and not give the Gridania story arc a negative by itself. What I think I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to give a negative to story for padding. There's a decent amount of empty text in the intro story arcs. All three of them have that issue. There's a reason why sometimes you'll see me just summarize 3 paragraphs of text with, please go do this thing. There's a little bit of an empty text problem in ARR, and honestly, that's probably going to blossom out to multiple negatives as we keep going. I've been thinking about that. So, someone asked earlier, what's the point of housing? And I agree with the answer that was given in chat, which is, it's a form of customization, right? It's like asking, what's the point of having glamours or transmogs? You want to customize. You want to be yourself. You want to have your own appearance, and having your own house that you set up in your own way, that's part of that, right? So that's cool. I'm with that, legitimately. WoW... Let me walk back for a second. A WoW that is properly managed, remember I was just complaining about that? A WoW that is actually, you know, fixing itself and being better, which is what I hope will happen under Microsoft. Yes, that WoW I absolutely think should have a housing system. I, in fact, have had an idea for what they could do for housing in WoW for literally years, since as far back as BC. Ships. I know that doesn't sound like much, but my point is, real estate is a literal problem in WoW. I mean, they could do instanced stuff like they do here in 14, but this spot we're at, I know it's dark, so you can't quite tell, but this area, this is actually a physical spot. Like, that's Ul'dah right there. If you were, if you were to get in the city, you could see this here. WoW doesn't really have physical space to do that. But put it in ships. Ships don't really need to be in a specific spot. They can just be out at the ocean or in a specific dock, or in an airship, because airships do exist within Warcraft lore. That's the way I would probably go with that going forwards, if I was to do that there. Now, 14, unfortunately, I don't think has any ability to do that, because that's more instancing, and that's more server load, and they're already having too many problems with that. Nevertheless, I was going to talk about something else. Let's see. I talked about that. There was something that occurred to me just a bit ago, and it was something that I didn't have access to. It was a system I didn't have access to at the time. I can't actually remember what it was. Was it this? It might be the Chocobo. So, okay, there's this Chocobo thing. And you have a Chocobo. I, of course, do not have a Chocobo. I have the best mount in the game. But your Chocobo comes with a saddlebag. It is a remote bank that you can just put stuff in. This is actually kind of awesome. What I don't remember is, where do you get this? Like, when do you get the Chocobo saddlebag? Does it just come with the Chocobo? Because I actually don't remember. Okay, it comes with the Chocobo. So, between the fact that... So, Chocobos, mounts, that's whatever, right? I don't think we're going to give a plus to mounts. Maybe, because there is a bit of customization to that. But... the fact that it comes with the extra bank slot, which you can just access wherever, and the fact that you can get the companion, which is, I actually can't summon it here apparently, but the fact that you get the companion, which is actually extraordinarily useful for soloing, and by the way, you can set up your your Chocobo companion to be several things. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. So you can set him up to be a healer, an attacker, or a tank, and... you know, they level with you and all sorts of stuff like that. It's not a big deal. It's just a thing to kind of help make the game be a little bit more solo-friendly. That's good. I like that. So for that alone, I think we're going to give a plus to the Chocobos. Not for the mounts, but for the fact that you can use them. Actually, I'm going to give 2 pluses for this. Yeah, you can tell I haven't really used my Chocobo all that much. In fact, I'm pretty sure, like, half, if not more, of those levels were gained when I was leveling my Blue Mage. Oh, speaking of which, here's the worst class in the game. While we're on the subject, there you go. Soak that in. Yes, 2 more positives for various things. Okay. That's what I wanted to show off. Alright, so, we're going to Ul'dah. Let's do this. Where's my paladin suit? I set up all these suits in advance. I don't remember which is which. There we go. There we go. By the way, just to show this off, let's be clear, I am not proud of this. But I do have the Relic from ARR, the final one for Paladin. This was a colossal waste of my time, but I didn't bother to do it. Which is as good a time as any to rate the Relic from ARR. So I want to give 2 negatives to this, to be completely honest. The Relic quest in ARR is absolutely goddamned insane. I would actually have to pull up a guide right now to explain to you how stupid this quest was. Because it's not just grindy, it's random grindy. My personal favorite step, there's a quest, I can even show you where it is, because I remember this. There's a quest in... where is that? It's up here, I want to say. No, maybe it's down here. Is this it? No. Hang on. Of course, now I can't find the spot. It's in Londoscae, I think. Yeah, here we go. There's a fate right up here that you need to do. This fate is required for progressing this quest. Fates don't have static spawn rates. They can spawn, they might never spawn. It's just total randomness as to whether or not that fate will ever show up there or not. This is one step of this monstrosity. One single step involves doing that, along with, like, 5 other fates. Like, the whole list... You know what? Hang on. Let me actually pull up the thing here. Let's just pull this up really quick here. Let me really explain to you how nonsense this is. So, it's worth noting we'll be reviewing each Relic quest separately, because they do get better. In fact, actually, to go ahead and showcase, there's my other Relic from Heavensward. So yeah, first you have to have finished the main story quest. That's not a big deal. You go talk to some people. That's cool. Then you go you get a specific area from a specific drop. Then you buy a thing, and then you have to buy some specific materia to go with it. Then you have to go get some salts from a raid boss. So far, not really too bad. Then you have to go and get these books. We're going to skip over that for just a second. Then you have to go and kill a certain number of beastmen in a certain area, depending on your thing. Then you have to kill the Hydra. Then you have to defeat Ifrit. Then you have to defeat Garuda. Then you have to defeat Titan. Then you have to buy something with tombstones. And that gets you your first step. Your very first step in the Relic weapon. All of that is just for the very first step. How many steps are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Step 2. You know what? It's ridiculous. Can we just summarize? It's absolutely ridiculous. All the crap you have to go through. You have to dump something like 700 materia on this thing. You have to do, like, every dungeon in the game with the thing equipped. You have to spend literally thousands upon thousands of tombstones. Yeah, here's the books. I've just got the book up. Books require you to do specific fates, dungeons, and levies. It is grind on top of grind on top of grind. And I thought once I got past the books, I was at the easy part. But no, it actually gets worse after that. It also costs you 80,000 company seals, 800 poetics, and 400,000 gil, which is admittedly not that much anymore. But then you also have to have very specific crafted items, which all have to be high quality. One from each crafter that exists. Then you have to go do the dungeons, yes again, in order to get a specific quest drop that only drops while you're on this specific step. Like, I can keep going. It just because it does. It just keeps going. It's just absolutely insane how monstrous this quest was. I don't even have a good answer for why I finished it. I really don't. Yeah, I think the ARR Relic specifically deserves 2 negatives. It's... It looks great. There's a reason why I continue to use this as my transmog to this day. I will probably never change my appearance of my weapons off of that for my paladin. We'll probably never use another weapon on my paladin. It is pretty cool looking, even ignoring the glow. Like, it's got this whole thing going on here. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's got like a black smoke that comes off of it periodically. You can kind of see it there. But anyways, 2 negatives for that. Moving on. Okay. Let's see, is there anything else I want to cover that's like system stuff? And yes, relics are optional. Let's be clear, relics are cosmetic. I mean, sure, you know, this gun blade I'm using, which is actually a relic weapon, that's not finished, and I'll probably never finish it. But this gun blade weapon is a relic, and it's useful for me at 80, but these things get outpaced immediately. The reason to bother with relics is because they look cool. That's why I still use that for my Astrologian. Oops. Flormum. The Brutosaur was just gold, right, Mr. Red? Help me out. Is there any other system stuff we should cover? If it's not obvious, I'm trying to get some, like, cleanup review stuff done here before we cut off for lunch break, and then when we come back, we'll go ahead and do Ul'dah. Let's see. We've got pets. You know what? Let's talk about mounts and pets right now. So, this is my pet. For those of you who have not heard this system, or this story, excuse me, before, let me explain why this is my pet, and this is the only pet I'll use. So, this is my sister. Now, for those of you not aware, I'm a good, like, 1.5 feet taller than my sister, and it's been kind of a thing between us ever since, you know, we met, basically. But one of the little running gags we've had for a very long time is that if we were, like, ever in Warcraft, or Star Trek, or game, or whatever, you know, I would be the super tall person, and she would be the little person sitting on my shoulder. Like that. And the moment that I found out that the Puff of Darkness just sits on your shoulder like that was the moment I knew that that was going to be the pet, because that's her now. She's even approved of this. I've talked about this to her. So that's my pet, and that's the only one I'll ever use. It's especially amusing when I get over into this outfit and oh, wrong outfit. Over this outfit. And she's just sitting there like, yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm also pretty tall in this character. To give a bit of perspective, here's me next to Zira. Anyways, but we're talking review. So there are quite a few pets, and as usual, reviews are a good thing. And by reviews, I mean pets are a good thing. I don't remember where the button is. I think it's this one, Minion Guide. So we've got a few here. There's a couple. This is kind of in the same line as housing. It's another form of customization. So, I know this sounds stupid, one of the things I've kind of run into the mentality of a long time ago is that, you know how in character customization, when you're creating your character, you have all these options? 90% of that doesn't matter. 90% of that, especially in most MMOs, will never be seen because you'll have armor on and you'll have gear on and you'll have weapons on, and your camera will be back here while you're paying attention to the boss over there. The way you customize yourself when it comes to MMOs is the stuff that's with you. Your gear, your mount, your pet, right? That's how you customize your character. This is why each of my characters in WoW has a different pet and a different mount to help distinguish them from each other, right? The reason I'm bringing all of this up is I do think that the minion systems, even though it's just a cute, simple, purely cosmetic thing, is nevertheless something that qualifies for a positive, because it helps you to customize your character. Thoughts? Oh yeah, hats and hair. Yeah, exactly. Like, you'll notice you can see my face, but that's because I more or less go out of my way to either wear stuff that doesn't cover my face, or I actually turn off the helmet so you can see my face. And Zira kind of has the glasses thing going on there, and you get the general idea. And yeah, it is a good collectathon kind of a thing if you're into that. Now, obviously, the next topic is the exact same thing. Mounts. Mounts are identical. There are two types of mounts in the entire game. There's mounts that can't carry other players, and then there are mounts that can. That's it. Two types of mounts, total. Anyone want to hop on? God, this thing is stupid. See, I don't agree with that, Lord Hermon, but that's just me. And I am stupid, dumb, and terrible. Also, optional grindy things absolutely deserve a negative to respond to your early thing. Sorry about that, I forgot to respond to that. But we've established this several times before. Just because something is optional does not diminish it from a negative any more than it prevents you from getting a positive. Something that's optional that's really good should deserve a positive, just like something that's optional that's really bad should deserve a negative. This is supposed to be the Lunar Whale. It looks awful. It's all organic looking. I hate it. But it does house like 8, I think, people. You can actually see them there. You see the names, so you can see the people are actually along with me here. Like I said, two types of mounts. Mounts that can carry people and mounts that can't. So mounts have no practical variance between them. It's not like, well, Guild Wars 2, which will probably get multiple positives for mounts, because all the mounts operate differently, which is honestly kind of awesome. So, same argument. Mounts are a way to customize your character. Mounts are a whole system by changing what you wear now. And almost everyone I know, including people you just see randomly in town, use a different mount. I don't actually know how to dismount. We'll do that. There we go. Like, you've seen this already. No, it makes sense, Lord Hermon. I understand. And in that MMO, I would still get him a negative. But like, you saw the Behemoth mount earlier. You see the XIV, I think, mount that Rax is on right now. This is my personal mount. By the way, I do want to shout out to the people who helped me get this mount. This is a rare drop-off of a dungeon that was kind of irritating to do at the time, so, you know, I am very happy with this mount. Not just because it's an FF6 reference. I honestly think this thing looks legit. Like, I think this thing looks very cool, regardless of the fact that it's from FF6. I actually do have several other mounts. It's just this is my mount, and so that's the one I use, right? But we've also got, so we got, you get a mount, you get 2 mounts just by doing the game. One is, of course, your Chocobo. There we go. Which I have the Ravana Bardi on right now. And then there is, of course, this was actually a gift from Rax. Which is exactly what it looks like. But the other one you get as a result of the main story quest is this incredibly ugly thing. But this is your typical Garlean Magitech armor, based on the Amano design, and I hate this mount so much that I'll never use it. I think you can set that somewhere in the options, comma. Maybe that'll help you see messages, period. I usually leave it muted myself on purpose, comma, but that's because I'm streaming, period. Yeah, there's also the mount you get from married. Oh yeah, there's also the Migrosarma mount, and I think the Mana Cutter is a plot mount too. Pretty sure this is a mandatory mount. You can see I don't have a lot of mounts other than the ones that are forced upon me. I did use this one for a while. This one's actually pretty cool. The only thing I didn't like about this is it has no animation. It's just a box. But anyways. And yes, I know an inordinate number of people who really love this mount. I am not one of those people. But I can explain why in 2 sentences. So sentence number 1, I really don't like Amano's art style. I never have. So I look at that, and all I see is a mess. But there is another reason that's not just aesthetics. And that is this. So the thing you see primarily when you're on a mount is this view, the rear view. Why is this relevant? Well, the reason this is relevant is because, in my opinion, whoever was designing this mount didn't actually think about how this animation would look from behind, aka the primary thing we would see. Because this animation looks ridiculous. It's just this kind of... And it actually looks dorky to me. Now the thing is, let me show you something. Check this out. From the front or side, the animation looks fine. Okay, I'll just kind of show it off here. This actually looks fine, which makes me think that they actually designed it from this perspective. That when they were doing the animation and doing the movement and doing the skeleton, this is how they were building it. And it looks cool here. But when you see it here, all you see is... And none of that is there, right? So that's the other reason why I don't like that mount. Because, screw that mount. This mount is much better. And this is the mount you'll be seeing me use. Anyways, so mounts, yes. Plus to mounts, plus to minions. I suppose the last thing we could cover is transmog, or whatever it's called in this game. I can never remember. Glamour, that's it, glamour. So let me start by saying this game is not a 3 positive for glamour. Honestly, WoW isn't even a 3 positive for glamour. It's getting there. But I'm not sure how many positives it gets. So give me just a moment here. Let me finish typing really quick. That's kind of what I was thinking, Rax. Because, yeah, no, there is some lots of great options, and they are so limited. It's just kind of wild. Okay, so let's talk about this. So the basic form of glamour in this game is I want to change here. Let me actually change to someone who's not here. So boom, there. Okay, so this is actually the armor my Dark Knight's wearing, right? This is actually my equipment. Nothing glamored. So let's say I look at my chest and I say, you know what? I want to glamour this. So I pop up this menu and I see what my options are. I have very few options because this doesn't take into account everything I have, only all the stuff I have on me. It also doesn't let me do across armor types. So I can only do stuff that is of the same type, aka tank gear, right? So that's limitation number 1. Now to explain this a little bit, you see this limitation here of how much stuff is listed here? Let me go ahead and go to Gridania, I think, because I don't actually remember where the inn is in that place, Ul'dah. I know where the inn is in Gridania, so I can go there really quickly. It does a little pop-up, comma, and I usually notice those when I'm streaming, period. Oops. Hey! Deja vu. I know where Gridania... Actually, the Crystarium is the one I usually use, if I need to use the inn, but I don't want to go to Crystarium right now, so... No, here. Take me to my inn, please. So if you go to an inn, a couple little things here, but the big thing is these 2 items right here. The armoire And the glamour. Yeah, I know, right, Rex? So, this is the armoire. The armoire is... just ignore that. The glamour dresser is what you really care about. So the way this works is this keeps a stock of all the pieces of armor that you can dump in it. Now, let me go ahead and complain about something. You can only leave 400 pieces of gear in this. Now that may sound like a lot, but let me assure you that it is absolutely not. Especially if you want to have glamours across classes. Right now I have about 178 in there. That's because I have really pulled it back. In fact, when I was setting up the glamours for this run, I actually got rid of about half the stuff that was in the chest. And just limited it down to the stuff that I'm using for this run. Yeah, you run out of room so quickly, because those 400 slots are for every piece of equipment across every class. Never mind if you want to have multiple cosmetic outfits per class. So yeah, that run runs out so quickly. Nevertheless, other than the limitation of the size of it, this is a pretty neat system. The way it works is you dump stuff in here, and then this stuff is just available for your glamour plates. Now this is also limited, because you only have 15 of these. In fact, all of my classes are not represented because I literally can't fit all 15 in here, because there's more than that. But this is where you can actually set up your specific outfits per class or per style or whatever. And then once you set these glamour plates up in the glamour dresser, and here you have access to all the stuff you've put in the dresser. So you remember how earlier all I had access to was the stuff I had on me? From here I have access to all the stuff I have, period. All the stuff I have in here, right? So that's cool, but again, very limited. And you see why this whole system is just kind of a pain? To explain a little bit, for those of you not aware of how WoW's system works. WoW's system would still not be a 3 positive situation, but in WoW's system, you hit a button, and it just pulls up a menu, and there's your transmogs. And it's just there. It's unlocked. You don't actually have to have the gear on you. The moment you have looted a piece of gear with a cosmetic appearance that you don't have, it's unlocked for your account forever. And yeah, again, I know this is like the 3rd time I've said this today, but once again, this isn't me trying to bash FF14, because I think it's literally impossible for FF14 to implement WoW's system. This is them... There's a term for this. It's when you can't do something, so you jury-rig something to get around limitations to make it work. There's a term for that. Yeah, a workaround. This is a workaround. This is honestly, arguably, a workaround on top of a workaround. It used to be just the armoire and the bank and just the crystals. They added the glamour dresser later and the glamour plates later. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with the actual cosmetics, but it is a hassle to do. You have to actually have the equipment there, and you have to set up the glamour plates in order to change it on the fly, and you have to have this. Hang on, there's another limitation I haven't even talked about yet. You have to have these things. Now, I have 984 of these on me, because I imagined I'd be using this a lot during the run. But you have to burn a glamour prism every time you change your appearance, and of course you've got a glamour dispeller, and a clear prism, and blah blah blah, but... You have to burn an item with an item you have in order to change your appearance. So yeah, I'm all of this is me talking this out, but I do think I agree with what Rax already said. I think this is a positive because there is a lot you can do with it. You know, like the aforementioned being able to just look like this, for example. But I do think the limitations of the system and the irritations of kind of jury rigging it, workarounding it into functionality, kind of pull it back substantially. And unfortunately, like so many other things, I'm not sure there actually is a good option for fixing this. So, you know, I don't think... This is yet another reason why I think they should just make FF14 2, or 3, I guess, at this point, instead of continuing with this one, but moving on. One of the things I do want to say, though, I really love about this game, and I've actually talked about this recently, when I'm just running around town, or when I'm just, you know, doing dungeons or roulettes or whatever, I like to just look around and see what people are wearing. Because I see a huge variety of outfits of all different types. I mean, there's the typical stuff, of course, but there's all sorts of really, really awesome outfits and costumes. And every now and again, I'll just take a picture of one to try and figure out what it is. There's cool stuff, right? I like seeing all the different things that people come up with. I'm kind of boring, admittedly. Almost all of my transmog is just class gear. You notice this is actually the level 80 paladin gear, for example. But, okay, you gotta explain that one, Cashel. But, that being stated, I do think that I do want to actually set up my own custom suit someday. I just probably never will, because most of the stuff I want is from Alexander. Savage. But anyways. Really quick, I will answer Loke the Night Reaper's question, and then I should probably actually go and get some freaking lunch, because I need to rest a little bit, too. So what would be a 3 positive glamour? Because WoW wouldn't be a 3+ either. What a 3+ glamour system to me would be WoW's system, but you can transmog anywhere, like you can in FF14, and you can set up custom sets, like you can in FF14, with no limits on how many of those custom sets you can set up, and, one last thing, no limits on what you can transmog to what. So in other words, I should hypothetically have the ability to be able to set up my my paladin with cloth armor and a staff. Or I should be able to set up my dragoon with a reaper scythe and, like, plate armor. Or mix and match, or whatever I want to do. So no limitations whatsoever on what you can transmog. The ability to do it on the fly. Things unlock. It's just part of the system. It's just an account unlock. And I think that's everything. Otherwise, that would be a true 3 positive situation for me. But yeah, Tors would most likely... Sorry, you asked this earlier, Darth Tyrant. Tors would most likely be a 2 positive system. WoW's is a 2 positive system. Guild Wars 2... Guild Wars 2 is actually probably a 1 positive system, because Guild Wars 2 doesn't have transmog at all. Kind of. You know what, it's complicated. But the point is, Guild Wars 2 has its own thing. But Guild Wars 2 leans heavily on dyeing. It allows you to dye your equipment, and that's actually your primary armor customization in Guild Wars 2, is dyeing your gear. Some stuff you can dye in FF14, some stuff you can. In fact, I believe there's actually a tooltip that'll actually tell you. I don't remember where it is on here. But somewhere on here it'll say if something is dyeable or not. There. I cannot dye it because it's grayed out. There you go. There's the answer. Oh, so I can dye this, for example. Here, so you can kind of see what it looked like. Hang on. No, don't do that. Don't do what you're doing. So you can see what it looked like there, and there, and there, and there, and there. You get the general idea. Now, you do actually have to buy the dyes. That doesn't bother me, though. What is that dye channel? That is so weird looking. Whatever. You get the ideas. Okay. I'm going to go get some lunch, and honestly, I'm probably going to lay down for a little bit. Otherwise, we'll be back, and we'll go ahead, and I think we'll actually start up the Ul'dah stuff. If anybody can think of any other major system stuff we should cover that I am probably forgetting because I'm gobsmacked right now, please feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you all in about an hour.